Institute of Foreign Trade, Kolkata, and INDAM Organizing Committee, I again extend a warm welcome to you all to this informative session on grand challenges and the challenging landscape. Before we begin, I would like to welcome all the dignitaries on the stage. I would like to welcome Professor Farukh Contractor, Professor Satish Nambishan, Professor Anup Madhav, and Professor O. Balumba, and also our moderator, Professor Shubhubrata Basu. With great pleasure, I would now like to introduce our speakers for this session. We will have 4 speakers for this session. Firstly, I would like to introduce Professor Farukh Contractor. Professor Contractor holds the title of Distinguished Professor in the Management and Global Business Department at the Rutgers Business School. He has also taught at the Copenhagen Business School, Tufts University, Indian Institutes of Management such as Ahmedabad, Bangalore, and Calcutta, and also at the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. His extensive teaching portfolio also includes executive seminars across the United States, Europe, Latin America, and Asia. Professor Contractor served as the president of the Academy of International Business from 2021 to 2022. His career reflects his dedication to advancing international business scholarship and fostering cross-border academic collaboration. Now, I would like to welcome sir with a flower bouquet. Next, I would like to introduce Professor Satish Nambishan. Professor Nambishan is a renowned researcher and thought leader in innovation management and entrepreneurship. He holds the prestigious title of Nansen Joseph Keithley Professor of Technology Management at the Weatherhead School of Management, Case Western Reserve University. Professor Nambishan's research spans across entrepreneurship, technology and innovation management, and product development with a current focus on innovation platforms and ecosystem, digital innovation and entrepreneurship, and customer co-innovation and value co-creation. His groundbreaking work has been featured in leading journals such as Harvard Business Review, MIT Sloan Management Review, and many others. Professor Nambishan's work continues to shape the fields of digital entrepreneurship and innovation strategy. Sir, now I would like to welcome you with a flower bouquet. Now, I would like to introduce Professor Anup Madhav. Professor Madhav is a professor of strategy and distinguished Scotiabank professor in international business and entrepreneurship at the Schulich School of Business, York University. He earned his PhD from McGill University and an MA in International Economics and Development from the Johns Hopkins University. Professor Madhav's research focuses on strategy and international business, particularly multinational firm strategy, interfirm collaboration, and the economic organization and boundaries of firms. His current work delves into digital platforms and ecosystems, examining their design and governance. His research has been featured in top-tier academic journals such as the Academy of Management Journal, Strategic Management Journal, Organization Science, and the Journal of International Business Studies. Additionally, he is globally recognized as one of the top contributors in international strategy research. Professor Madhav's scholarly work continues to influence strategic management and international business practices worldwide. Sir, now I will like to welcome you with a flower bouquet. The final speaker for our session will be Professor Fred O. Walumba. Professor Fred O. Walumba is a professor and the Knight Ridder Byron Hurley's endowed Eminent Scholar Chair in the Department of International Business at Florida International University's College of Business. He earned his PhD from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign and is widely recognized for his contributions to leadership and organizational behavior research. Professor Walumba's primary research focuses on the emergence, evolution, and development of effective leaders. His work explores how various leadership behaviors, such as authentic, ethical, servant, transformational leadership, and the darker aspects, such as destructive leadership and abusive supervision, impacts organizational climates. He examines their influence on fostering corporate, work unit, and employee behaviors, including citizenship engagement, fairness, learning, creativity and innovation, knowledge sharing, and withdrawal behaviors across cultures. Additionally, he studies the role of organizational contexts, including social networks, climate, culture, and justice, in enhancing organizational effectiveness globally. His impactful research has significantly advanced the understanding of leadership and organizational practices in diverse cultural settings, shaping both academic and scholarship and practical applications in the field. Now, I would like to welcome Sir with a flower bouquet. Now, with great pleasure, I would like to introduce our session moderator, Professor Shubhobrata Basu. Professor Basu is a professor of strategic management area at Indian Institute of Management, Indore. Professor Basu has multifaceted career spanning industry, government, and academia. He began as a marketing management trainee at HCL Hewlett Packard Limited, followed by a role as assistant engineer at MN Dastoor and Co Limited, where he worked on significant industrial projects. He later served as Assistant Labour Commissioner for the Government of West Bengal, handling industrial dispute resolution, labour inspection, and public enterprises revival strategies. Professor Basu's research interests focus on institutional responses to environmental discontinuities, with emphasis on public enterprises, financial services, and emerging markets, employing theories such as transaction cost economics and evolutionary theory. His research is widely published in leading journals including Industrial Marketing Management, Journal of Business Research, and Human Resource Management Review. Professor Basu is also a member of prestigious academic bodies such as the Academy of Management and Strategic Management Society. Sir, now I would like to welcome you for the flower bouquet. Now I would like to hand over this session to our moderator, Professor Shubhobrata Basu. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, madam, for making my life quite simple. You have already introduced the guests. And as per the requirements of this plenary session, may I please request in this order of precedence, but of course, nothing included in this. Professor Farooq Contractor, followed by Professor Nambisan, followed by Professor Madhav, and followed by Professor Fred Walumba. Each speaker would get about 15 minutes of presentation. Then we'll have about 20 minutes of Q&A, and then we'll be wrapping up. Hopefully, we'll be done by 1 o'clock. So please, Professor Farooq.
Well, thank you all for being here. The title of my paper, as you can see, is a study of more than 115 countries based on the link, exploring the link between FDI, foreign direct investment coming into the country, and income inequality. Does FDI have anything to do with promoting or making worse income inequality? I think the battery may be dead. Okay, that's good. Can you use these buttons? Okay. All right. Thank you. So this is part of the UN Sustainable Development Goal number 10. India, I'll start with discussion about India because okay. Thank you. A few years ago, when I was visiting India, I ordered some food, and what they call the delivery boy came to the door. Actually, he was a 20-year-old man, speaking perfectly good English. But I thought to myself, what a waste of talent and ability to have him just deliver food. And there are, according to the ILO, the International Labor Organization, something like 415 million Indians who are in marginal jobs, seasonal jobs, selling peanuts and balloons on the beach, day laborers, agricultural workers who are only employed for a few months in the year, or petty traders. I mean, India is the big example of entrepreneurship, but at a very petty level, maybe with inventory less than $50, never get a chance to boost their income or skills. This, about the labor force participation, this is, I guess, agreed by the World Bank, although there's controversy about the numbers, so that you can see that India has, on average, 60% labor participation, which is among the lowest in the world, really. And according to an independent organization called CMIE, Center for Monitoring Indian Economy, it's more like 40%. So of course, it depends on how do you measure regular employment or not. By contrast, in China, the labor participation rate is 74% for males and 68% for females. I believe that while we should applaud and love and praise India's competence in IT services and pharmaceutical research, the very high-tech kind of services, justifiably so, that cannot make enough jobs for the 415 million seasonally employed people. Manufacturing really is the answer. So I give a few numbers. In India, 19.4 million people out of the world's biggest population of 1.46 billion are in manufacturing. China, by contrast, 215 million. And I think China's success as an economy is largely based on manufacturing rather than on services. And that when you employ a semi-skilled person or an unskilled person, it's a ladder, career ladder for them to gain skills, learn new technologies, and multinational companies enable a connection between the production and markets in the rest of the world. So these grand challenges, I mean, for India, it is a grand challenge when you have almost 0.4 billion people marginally unemployed or semi-employed. Does inward FDI, what role can multinational companies play in income growth in host countries? Does it make it better or worse? So there are two measures of income inequality. One is the Gini coefficient, which is on a 0 to 1 scale, where it's measured by the area of A in the figure divided by A plus B, or simply the share of income, national income, going to the top 10% of Indians, like most of you in the audience, I suspect. So the answer is yes, foreign direct investment on an a priori thinking can help reduce income inequality because FDI brings benefits such as influx of capital, superior technologies, designs, brand value, management and marketing skills, training which augments human capital in the country, improved labor practices, and multinationals pay higher wages. We know that as an empirical fact. And as I said earlier, providing access to international markets if India becomes a supply chain hub for the rest of the world. But some scholars say it's not so clear-cut because the results of past studies are equivocal. I mean, some say it makes inequalities worse. FDI coming into a country makes inequalities worse. Some say makes it better. And the trouble is that the past data, past literature, has focused on rather small samples. So I think I mentioned all these benefits that multinationals can bring to a country. And superior standards and access to international markets, in effect, creates productivity, increases productivity, and hence they pay workers more. And there's a spillover and positive externalities effect that diffuses or should diffuse to the rest of the nation receiving FDI. So the baseline hypothesis I wanted to test was FDI inflows lessen or reduce income inequality in the host country, other things being equal. And the data sources are the World Bank's development indicators, the dependent variables, as you know, as I mentioned, there's Gini index and the share of national income going to the top 10%. Independent variables would be FDI. When I say FDI underscore DIV, it's simply divided by 1,000 to make the figures more manageable on the slide. And then, of course, there's a squared term to see if there's a diminishing effects situation. Control variables are GDP per capita, inflation, urbanization, trade openness, and so on. So the results for hypothesis number one, big result, no result. So that then set me thinking, what's going on? Why does FDI, with all the purported benefits of multinational companies coming in, why is it not affecting income inequality? And the hint came from a few past studies, which you can see for yourself, Wang, Lee, Figini, and Gorg, saying that there's a threshold effect. Now, these studies didn't explain in theory why there should be a threshold effect. And what do we mean by a threshold effect? If you look at the distribution of FDI to GDP ratio, what we have over here on the vertical axis is FDI to GDP ratio. And on the horizontal axis is just countries ranked. And it's an extremely skewed ratio. So one can develop an idea that initial FDI coming into a country really doesn't have an effect because most of these countries, I mean, the median FDI to GDP ratio is less than 3. It's like 2.8 out of all the countries. And that's not enough FDI to affect income inequality in a country. But what about truncating the sample, which I've done, to take FDI to GDP ratio 3.0 or greater, or 3% or greater? And then we see results. So the theory would be that in phase one, initially small FDI inflows, yes, the superior practices come, but they're confined. In phase two, there's a spillover effect, but constrained within clusters, industrial clusters. I mean, we see this in India, where most of the FDI is going to places like Chennai, Mumbai, Delhi, Hyderabad, Bangalore. And yes, the income grows over there, as we all know, but the spillover doesn't happen enough to the rest of the country in terms of income distribution. And then later on, the concept goes, I call this the FDI penetration paradigm. Later on, some of these companies find that the cluster is getting too crowded. Wages are rising, supplies are not available, and then they move to the inner areas of the rest of the country. So after sufficient inflows of FDI having occurred in a country, income inequality will continue to worsen, but at a diminishing rate. That's hypothesis 2. And yes, for FDI GDP greater than 3.0%, we find good results where the second order term, if you look at the second row of the slide, it's a negative, which means that income inequality is getting worse, but at a diminishing rate. And there are many examples. I mean, these are, even the truncated sample is more than 60 countries, 62 countries, including Vietnam, which I'll show you the example of a country where income inequality after sufficient FDI has come in actually improves. So let me show you the Vietnam figure. It's an inverted U curve. I mean, the bars are FDI, which you can see in Vietnam kept increasing from year to year. But the Gini index reached a peak and then went down. So it's an inverted U-shaped function. And this is based on a paper you can look up by all these Vietnamese authors. So the trade openness policies, which is a control variable, acts congruently, separately but congruently with FDI on income inequality. Now, obviously, that's not a surprise to international business scholars that trade and FDI are two sides of the same coin, essentially. The temptation for multinationals is to initially locate in the known safe clusters like Chennai, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Mumbai, and so on. And that initial location is an irresistible draw. But if you look at the examples of multinationals in China, they have been shifting to interior provinces once the initial cluster becomes too uncomfortable, too difficult to get labor and skills and so on. And not only that, but in the initial location, you are creating competition because there's a knowledge spillover effect. So that's a paper by Hansen, 2021. And in India also, a few companies are being induced to relocate into somewhat distant interior locations. So for MNEs in general, MNEs are multinational enterprises, it's wise to keep track of the societal and reputational dangers of income inequality. Papers by Hennes and Pickett and Wilkinson, so on, say that the reputation effect is not good if you're contributing only to wealth in certain enclaves of prosperity. And scrutiny is also increasing on multinationals in sensitive sectors in the context of the UN Sustainable Development Goal. And number 10 development goal is to reduce income inequality. So thank you for your attention. Happy to take questions and comments later on from you.
Thanks, Professor Konkata. You have really kept your time, in fact, a little bit earlier than expected. So now let me request Professor Namisan to please come over.
I'll just get started. Yeah. Hey, namaste. Good morning. Really glad to be here. I'm very happy that my friend Sumit Kundu, Professor Sumit Kundu, invited me to come and visit Kolkata, which is a very unique place for me because I started my career here 30 years back, right after my MBA. I joined Hindustan Unilever on a place very close by here, Shakespeare Sarani Road. And so it's really great to have this opportunity. So I'm going to take some time to talk a little bit about how AI has enabled addressing some of these challenges, right? I'm going to draw parallels between the potential for AI to address both business and societal challenges from practice, informed by practice. And then I'm going to talk about what that means for research. So what are the research constructs and concepts that become relevant in this context and what kind of questions come up, right? So I'm going to start with a little bit of caveat that we have gone through several cycles of hype on AI, and the book that you see, the Rise of the Expert Company, and endorsement from Tom Peters, who wrote In Search of Excellence, right? You can see I conclude that any senior manager in any business of almost any size who isn't at least learning about AI and sticking a tentative toe or two into AI's waters is simply out of step, dangerously so. Seems very contemporary. This book was written in 1988. So we have seen this film a while back, right? But I think this time it's different, primarily because if you look at the figure on the right, you'll see the adoption of AI is significantly higher than the adoption of the internet and the PC. So this figure is from the US data from July, August, and you can see it's almost double, 40%. And so AI has become an infrastructural technology, or what we call as general purpose technology, which has application in all sectors. It was introduced as a very consumer-friendly manner, LLMs or ChatGPTs of the world, and that has increased the adoption rate. And so far, we have seen less, let me put it this way, we have seen more on the bright side than on the dark side. So I think that's a very good reason for that. So I'm going to start with looking at from the practice, what are the important use cases in addressing business challenges, right? Grand challenges in the business area. Let us say there are three broad sort of buckets or three categories of uses that AI has enabled. The first one, I would say, enhancing creativity and innovation. Broadly, I would call that as discovery. And I'm going to get one or two examples in each just to illustrate that. And the second one is enhancing workflows and decision making. And that is more optimal decisions and optimal workflows. The third is interfaces, enhancing interfaces between human beings, between people and machines, between machines and machines, right? And so those are interactions. So these three themes, the discovery, optimization, and interactions, I'm going to suggest that that's the same thing that's going to come up when we look at AI's application in addressing societal grand challenges too. So if they have the same, then what are the research opportunities that come up? So let me just take a few examples to show you in each, right? So innovation, if you look at the double diamond, of understanding the problem or articulating the problem and then coming up with a solution, AI can expand the area or search space, and that has significant impact on the quality of the solutions that come up, and also the quality of the articulation of the problem. So this we have seen in, for example, in drug discovery, in manufacturing, in different sectors, we are seeing that, right? Just to take another example, so Loft is a design company, which is a Boston-based design consulting company. And this is a good example of how AI tools can be infused into the workflow of innovation. And you can see that it helps generate and refine new product features based on data that you already have. And then you can take other tools to, you create product concept sketches, upload them. It allows to fine tune those sketches. You can build prototypes, collect customer feedback, and then use AI to analyze those customer feedback. So you'll see that different stages AI tools can come in, and it not only increases the quality of the innovation, but also reduces the time. So clearly, AI has an impact on the innovation, right? Across sectors, across different industries. In terms of decision-making, obviously AI has a significant impact because it allows us to infuse data-informed insights into human decision-making and judgment. So I'll take one example. So there are quite a few examples where AI can help operations people or managers or decision makers to make better quality decisions. So a good example is designers. When you make, in manufacturing, for example, if you make product designs, one of the things you want to look for is how does the design play out in the manufacturing of that product, right? Whether you're picking the right material and whether there are errors in design that might crop up later on during actually manufacturing. So AI can bring those much earlier, catch those errors much earlier, and helps and there are quite a few other examples. We don't have the time, but these are examples that illustrate how AI and data-based insights can enhance the quality of the decisions one makes in operations, innovation, and other areas of business, right? Third is as an interface. AI can play a significant and important role as an interface between people and data, between people and enterprise applications, between people and other types of apps or applications. So this again, just to take one example, so Siemens has a for the engineering design people, they have a what is called as a SIM Center, which is computer-aided engineering tools, CAE tools. And these are very complex tools that engineering designers use to design new artifacts or products. So one of the challenges here is the complexity of the tool itself. And so AI, actually, they built an AI interface that sits in between the designer and the tool to simplify the process of picking the right tool and using that. And so this tells you that its role as an interface between complexity on one side and people on the other side is very important. Obviously, interface roles can also be in other places. Customer experience is something which we already seen, right, in customer service, but also in other places. For example, automated warranty claim reviews. So this is where when free text warranty claim comes in, the first level of processing is done by the AI, and then that can be managed by a human being. So you'll see examples of AI playing the role of as an interface, right? So now if you shift to societal grand challenges, right? We see very much the same type of opportunities for AI to play a role. So the first one, what I would say is in any type of societal grand challenge, the most important issue is articulating the problem, because there are quite a few different stakeholders who have different incentives, different interests, different goals, and finding a common point is very difficult. A shared understanding of the problem is really the most important part of solving any societal issue. And so AI can create or enhance the problem articulation or problem formulation and predicting the trajectory of that problem. So that we call as discovery. Second is optimizing the actual solution process, more adaptive problem solving. And the third is very similar to interface in terms of collaboration and organizing. Again, different stakeholders with different interests at different levels, right? There's the lack of collaboration and the lack of organizing infrastructure for that. So I'm going to take a few examples and to show you that how AI can be a tool there. So like I said, the critical problem in addressing societal challenges is to learn about the problem itself. What is it that you need to solve? And it's the scope of the problem, is the nature of the problem, who are the stakeholders or who are the parties involved, what are the entities, and how will the problem change over a period of time, predicting that trajectory of the problem. And in all these instances, AI can play a critical role. As more data comes in, especially with hundreds of parameters, it becomes easier for tools, AI-based tools, to inform that about that problem. The second is in creating adaptive or optimal solutions, responses or solutions that can adapt to changes that happen over a period of time. And here also, AI can create solutions that allow increasing the scope of the solution or increasing the scale of the solution without significant additional investments. So we find that these kinds of, for example, if you take educational equity, you can create solutions that fit different contexts and different needs of different types of stakeholders in different countries. And so these types of opportunities to apply AI indicate the opportunities for adaptive responses. The third is interactions or interfaces. Lack of infrastructure for collaboration is an important problem in addressing societal challenges, because there are organizations at the macro level, like the funding agencies, state governments, non-profit organizations, citizen-based organizations. So there are varied levels, and they don't have a common participatory infrastructure. And so here is where digital and AI-based collaboration platforms can make a big difference. One of the unique applications is in terms of resolving disputes among different stakeholders when addressing societal challenges, right? So there is this online dispute resolution platforms that have come in the last few years, which are AI-based, which based on similar problems or similar disputes that have happened in previously, look at the history and come up with nominal solutions that they can be then modified. Right? So again, organizational structures and interactions become more easier with AI-based tools. So based on this, if you go to, what are the interesting research questions or areas, I find there are at least 4 that are very important. One is theories and concepts related to learning, theories and concepts related to agentic behavior, theories and concepts related to interfaces and organizing, and the last is governance. Right? And I'm just going to take one or two questions from each, just to show you what is the scope of the research that, or opportunities for research in each of these areas. So if you take learning, we have learning theories at different levels. You have learning theories, a lot of learning theories at the individual level, learning theories in teams, how teams learn, communities, learning of communities. We also have learning at the meso level, at cultural. And these theories can be adapted to examine how AI shapes the learning process, reshapes or redefines those learning processes, right? So for example, if you take the individual level, AI can mediate the attention that you as an individual provides to some data or some phenomena. And so this individual attention modification or mediation of that is one way to look at. Similarly, in teams, how do teams assimilate knowledge? And how does AI shape that assimilation process, right? And so like that at different levels. And then you can actually look across levels. How does it change learning processes at individual, team, and at the meso level interact, and what are the interesting issues related to that? So I think there's a whole lot of opportunities, and this can be anchored in business challenges or societal challenges, depending on what is the context. Okay. The second is agentic behavior. So here, there is a whole lot of theories and concepts related to agency, for dimensions of agency. For example, passivity, automaticity, rationality, freedom to choice. These are theories that already exist. And we need to go back and look at those theories and concepts and see how that can be applied to understand when machine agency and human agency interact, right? Interfaces and organizing, capacity to interact. Here is where there's a lot of understanding on how communication reshapes trust, relationships, and problem-solving outcomes. So in the context of AI, how does that change? Similarly, we talked about organizations at different levels that are, are stakeholders in societal challenges, and that organizing structure provides a lot of tensions in how to design interactions, and AI can be used in that. So we had a paper based on that sometime back last year. So it provides you with opportunities to go back at what do we know already in theories, and how can we take those concepts and change that or adapt that to fit the AI context, right? Governance. So governance is very important, as harms can significantly impact the outcomes. A very important theory in this relates to affordances, technology affordances. Affordances are the possibilities to act, right? And if you take affordances in use, much of the governance theories has focused on governance of developers, governance of how artifacts are developed. There is a need to shape or focus more on governance of use, because that, I think, is where a lot of harms can occur. So shifting from governance of developers or governance of companies to governance of use, there are theories that can help us in that regard, right? So the broader lesson here or insight here is that we already have lots of theories and concepts. We need to look at that and see how we can adapt them to better understand how AI will play a role in addressing challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nambison. Now let me invite Professor Madhu to come.
This one? Yeah. Okay.
Is this okay, sir?
Yeah. I'm using this? Or
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Okay. Yeah. I was informally tasked with talking about, challenges in the economic landscape today and implications at the macro and micro level for Indian business. I've tried to broadly keep that in mind, liberally interpreted. That's why the title, Geopolitics, Geoeconomics, and the Changing World Order. Basically, we all know that the current world order is shifting. So, put under a shift in tectonic plates. Essentially, last 50 years, 60 years has been about globalization. In international relations, they talk about the hegemon. And essentially, this hegemon, the powerful country, the boss, creates and maintains a set of international institutions that govern trade and investment. They keep this in place as long as it suits them, okay? As long as they benefit from it. Some people benefit, some don't. If they stop benefiting, then they start questioning whether they have the interest, wherewithal of maintaining things the way they are. But we can see what's happening. The hegemon was United States. No, is United States, but you can see that slowly that hegemony is being challenged, is crumbling. So what we had last post-World War II is liberalism. Liberalism basically is international relations is a positive sum game, okay? States work together to maximize prosperity. International relations is about creating institutions for cooperation, et cetera. It's about diplomacy as a way to get states to interact, non-violent solutions, and economic interdependence through flows of trade and investment. Now, when China came into the picture, this is when, well, under liberalism, this belief that you bring China into the current world order and they will slowly become like us, right? And after China joined the WTO, China took off. Again, the opinion was eventually they will become like us. When it's about technology, it's open. Technology enables globalization, but multinationals are a useful vehicle that benefit all nations because of trade, sharing knowledge, and so on. But what we see is, well, over the last 15 years, slowly, this order has been crumbling, and we're shifting to realism. Realism
is not about rules. Realism is about power. States are the principal actors. They pursue their national interests. It's about hard power. No rules. At least the powerful countries don't want to accept the rules. They don't want any authority to enforce compliance, coercion, etc., etc. And non-state actors like multinationals, they are agents of the home countries. Basically, you have to align with the interest of the government. Oops. Now, if you talk about the changing political landscape, also the changing economic landscape. And here, China emerges as a dominant actor. What does it mean? Biggest investor for many countries. Biggest market for many countries. When I say many countries, increasing number of countries. Control over various strategic sectors. Investments even in advanced economies and select sectors and so on. Influence in the United Nations. Effectively, what's happened is suddenly China becomes the adversary. It's not a competitor. And therefore, we can see what's happening. Things are shifting towards realism, nationalism, populism, inward focus, domestic focus, tariff wars. In the US today, there's more and more conversation about that. And Europe, tries to straddle, but essentially from conscious embrace to cautious engagement. Now, why am I saying all this? Essentially, we are moving towards this bipolar world. And India is, I'll come to India in a moment, India is kind of emerging at a time when these tectonic plates are shifting. So China is the first global rival to the US. Japan was an economic power, not a security power, military power. Russia was a military power, security, but not an economic power. China now is a power, a rival in all of the realms. When you talk about the rules-based order, this was defined by the winners of World War II. Okay? Basically, the institutions we operate under, the international institutions, were not set by China's and India's of the world. So China is saying, look, I'm willing to be at the table if we construct a new set of rules. I'm not going to accept the rules that were set when I wasn't at the table. And therefore, what's happening is, and China's offering a different model. So we've got a different set of values, different political systems, different economic models. They're questioning rules of the game, and the question is whether the international order will evolve or will fracture into a bifurcated world order. Bifurcated. I've put a few examples over here. Okay. The third aspect, and this is the technological landscape. This is the rise of techno-nationalism. And essentially what it's saying is, look, we are shifting from the industrial age to the technological age. Europe might have been dominant in the industrial age. Europe is losing out in the technological age. We're coming down to, again, it's back to United States and China. It's a form of mercantilism where essentially it's nationalism to increase your own prosperity, block the others, restrictive trade practices. It's all basically underpinned by the doctrine of realism. So strong intervention by the state against so-called hostile actors, right? And we can see what's happening, whether it's the Inflation Reduction Act in the US, but various kinds of sanctions against Huawei, TikTok, and so on, and China might retaliate. Then there's the battle for standards, but all these things are creating obstacles for business. Okay, what about India? So India comes in. Well, in a way, they talk about the other Asian power. Maybe to the United States, India becomes an alternative to China in a certain sense. The thing is India really an alternative to China? Well, you can say yes, it's a different role model in that it's a liberal democracy, but still with a significant role of the state. But the fact of the matter is, economically, India is not a patch on China. If you look at any statistics, India is not a patch. 30 years from now is a different story, okay? India's global footprint is also quite limited. China might have the BRI initiative. The amount of resources China pours into various countries, India doesn't have that kind of reach. Indian firms are mostly domestic. Even the large Indian firms, mostly they're big in India. India doesn't have, the Huawei's and Alibabas and other firms. China has a pretty global footprint. So what does India have? India's got soft power. You can say India's got cultural capital. You can say India's got intellectual capital, right? I've put in here, I'll come to the digital stack in a moment. So how much can India leverage its soft power? It's not like, other nations, they don't want to over depend on China. So it's not like they don't want an alternative, but at the moment, India is not a realistic enough alternative. Now, what about Indian business? So, we talk about make in India. So my personal opinion is more and more manufacturing is becoming a smaller and smaller percentage of the economy, right? Should India kind of leapfrog past manufacturing? When you talk about manufacturing, in advanced manufacturing, India is not really there. If you talk about textile level manufacturing, well, India is not really there. It could be Bangladesh, it could be elsewhere, and so on and so forth. Now, even when you talk about this China plus one strategy, well, India might have had expectations, but the fact is, Vietnam is going to Vietnam, it's not coming that much to India. So the Foxconn can come in and we can say, well, Apple is manufacturing in India, but that's only X number of people, that makes news. But at the end of the day, manufacturing is not happening in India in the way that India might want it to be. Question, should India be more strategic? Should it aim to be a global contender in select sectors rather than just, so pharmaceuticals, IT, and so on? What about India in tomorrow's industries? Electric vehicles, AI, advanced materials, green tech, and many. China's got plans for these industries. China's in some of these ahead of the US. I mean, in the last few years, China's trajectory has gone that way. Where does India come in? Well, what about India? No, there's nothing worth noting. China became what it became through manufacturing. But that was 20 years ago that it started. They took off after joining the WTO. India's missed that bus. And India's now, well, if India's coming out now for its global footprint, we've shifted from a rules-based order to a doctrine of realism, the power-based order. And India's got to navigate, navigate those seas rather than the seas that China navigated 20 years ago. What about India as the world's service factory, right? Rather than when you say China is the world's manufacturing factory, well, India is the world's service factory. That'd be a possibility. We keep hearing about these global capability centers. So 20 years ago, India did, to put it crudely, the shit work, okay, on the IT front. Today, it's a different story. Today, everyone's wanting to have global capability centers in India. We talk about the digital stack. Well, India is actually making waves because of what it's done. And if India leverages that to help other countries build their digital stacks, well, Indian firms will benefit from that, and so on. Go back to globalization a little bit, right? Talk about the world deglobalizing. Well, the world is not deglobalizing. The world is reglobalizing. What does it mean? Well, from globalization, you start having, well, let's call it regional fortresses, like North America, EU, and so on. Basically, the first point and the second point are linked, this China plus one strategy. And so, when you say offshoring, nearshoring, friendshoring, well, India is not as near as Vietnam compared to China. I mean, when they say nearshoring, they're talking about maybe Mexico, but India is a friend, right? When you have these techno sanctions and so on, India has been able to bridge relations with America and relations with Russia, and when they put pressure for Ukraine and so on, India's kind of sensibly balancing all sides. Okay. Then there's this aspect of when you say regionalization of production, right? India might be losing out on that, but there's globalization of ideas. So regionalization is production, but globalization is at the knowledge level, and India can participate a lot more on those flows. Then when we talk about globalization in the past, when you say manufacturing is blue-collar jobs, when you start talking about services, it's white-collar jobs. Well, India can participate, is participating in those kinds of global flows. What about, well, the challenge for Indian firms? Like I said, they're mostly, you can talk about the Ambanis and so on, mostly it's domestic. Now, why is it mostly domestic? Could it be that, people still say that India's tariff levels and India's informal protectionist policies and so on are pretty strong. And therefore, yes, you're competitive, but you're competitive behind these walls. And if you're competitive behind these walls, then you're not going to be competitive worldwide. I mean, I might be overstating the point, but by and large, most Indian firms are not really global firms compared to China, for example. So now, if India does want to expand, when I say India, I mean Indian firms, how do you compete or expand in a world of greater protectionism? We are moving from the rules-based, from the liberal order to the realism kind of order, the power-based order, nationalistic, popular, How do you compete in that kind of world? Maybe the formula is a little different. And how do you compete with China? Both overseas and at home, right? I mean, the fact is China can import stuff from India, make it in China and export it back to India at a price cheaper than what Indians can do sitting in India. So how do you compete with China? And last point I had, well, I thought I had it. I'm missing that slide. I put a rhetorical question, which is if the center of gravity is shifting towards towards Asia, India and China, they also have certain convergent interests. For example, they don't want the domination of the current liberal order under the auspices of the United States or any hegemony, right? And if the center of gravity is shifting towards Asia, then they want a seat at the table, they want more voice. They're trying to do it through whether it's BRICS or however it is, they're trying to do it. But India and China, for various reasons, are also adversaries. What if, and it was, I suppose this is I had updated my file, but it was there. What if I put down there rhetorically, the last thing was Hindi chini bhai bhai, right? Suppose you were able to get back to look, how do we overcome our differences and find ways by which we can cooperate in a way that starts shifting things on the global stage, and that also gives Indian business more opportunities in the emerging world order. And with that, I think I'm done. I am done. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Professor Madhav. May I now please request Professor Frederick to come forward.
This is it? Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Thank you, Sumit. I'm the last speaker, so this is going to be really interesting. So to make sure that there's coffee, but we don't have coffee here, so I'll make sure that you get entertained a little bit. So my presentation is going to be a little bit differently, given that it's more going to be like a food of thought. So when Sumit asked me to come talk, I said, so I don't make this kind of speeches like Madam President usually. So I said, okay, what do I do? So I thought, let me think about something that resonates well with what is going to be discussed at the conference. So I decided to say, okay, let me summarize this thing. So mine is going to be like a food of thought. There are just suggestions there, things that I think about given the amount of work that I've done in the leadership area. And so I took the title of the presentation and just added mine, which is a leadership perspective, because that is what I do for life. Oh, okay, that's what I do for life. It's restricting. Okay, so that's what I do for life. So let me just go ahead and tell you some of the things that I suspect might be of interest to you and maybe will form part of the discussion as we move on. So what are some of the challenges that I think are out there? I know throughout the morning when the speakers were talking, they talked about so many things. So there are a few challenges that I think are out there. that I think we need to start thinking about. Everybody has talked about technology. People have talked about geopolitical complexity, where we have to, whether we like each other or we don't, we still have to work together. United States has to work with the rest of the world. India has to work with the rest of the world. Kenya, where I originally came from, has to work with the rest of the world. We all know that the issues of environmental sustainability are critical to international business. They affect almost everything that have to be there. So these are some of the few are the things, especially from a leadership perspective, these are the things that you need to be thinking more about. So your internet connection is unstable. Sorry. So what are some of the this thing is okay. So these are some of the challenges that have been there. So traditionally, when you talk in
Just use the button on the keyboard. That's better.
yes. All right. I'll use this one because things are these are technology challenges that we have. Okay. But not AI. Yes, so not AI. So in terms of those three things that I've talked about as potential challenges, traditionally in the leadership world, these are some of the contemporary leadership styles that we've always talked about in terms of trying to solve the problems. Okay. And people have talked about, if you know the literature very well, we've talked about servant leadership, we've talked about authentic leadership, we've talked about ethical leadership, we've talked about transformational leadership. So these have been the dominant type of leadership styles that are out there. I'm here to challenge that as much as I've done a lot of work on these areas as a researcher myself, I think with the current challenges that we have, I'm suggesting that we need to be moving a little bit. This is not the way I had done my presentation, but it is what it is. So I'm now suggesting that there are a few areas that we now need to be rethinking about. The traditional leadership behaviors that have always been there, authentic, transformational, those are there. We are still going to use those. But I now want us to think a little bit more broadly in terms of thinking of cultural intelligence and global mindset. Okay, what do you know about different types of cultures that are out there? Are your people now the people that you're dealing with? What are their level of digital literacy? Okay, people have talked about AI and all those kind of things. So I want us to start thinking more about how we relate to those kind of other things. The other thing that is critically important, especially for those of you in international business, is the issue of stakeholder management. I'm challenging the organizations out there to start moving from the shareholders to looking at more broadly in terms of what do we bring in? What about the employees? What about the customers? What about the community as a whole? So let's look at it broadly and all those kind of things instead of focusing on just a few things. We need to develop young people and that really understand change management because the world is changing almost every day. So if we don't focus on those kind of things, chances are that the companies or organizations that we lead are going to be a little bit more lagging behind. The risk management, risk assessment, things are changing every day. And if these things are changing, they come with their risks. So if you don't develop your employees to an extent that, or you don't plan carefully, chances are you'll be left behind. So I'm putting those out there for those of you who are becoming leaders or are leaders. If we think about those core skills for global leaders, I think chances are we'll do a little bit much better. So how do we succeed in some of these things that I'm proposing there or I'm throwing out there to you? So I'm suggesting that for those of you who want to be more effective leaders, be a little bit innovative, be flexible. You have to be willing to adapt to new changes. In the United States, as was mentioned in the morning, in the next 2 days, we'll have a new president. And guess what? That is the next president for 4 years. So whether you like it or not, that is your president, okay? We do elections has consequences, and whoever you get, that is your president. What that means for you as a leader is you have to be willing to adopt Their policies are going to change. Things are going to work a little bit differently. But guess what? We still have to survive. Okay. Number two, I want you as leaders to start thinking about sustainable value creation ideas. Okay. And we are in business for a long haul. And for you to succeed, my proposition here is that think about programs that are sustainable, programs that are going to be beneficial not only to you as a current leader, but to the organization, the employees, and people that come with them. Number three, and this is critically important, you have to learn how to deal with risk, and you have to be resilient. Resilience is key. If you listen to the president talking in the morning, is where she came from, how she managed that. That was resiliency, right? She, being the past president of the Academy of Management, some of us don't even dream of that. And for her to have done that, that is resilience in practice. So these are some of the things that I'm challenging you leaders out there to start thinking about how to become resilient and how to manage risk despite all the challenges that come with that. Okay. So what do I recommend in terms of what I call your priority actions? Number one, as a leadership scholars, and I've talked to you about so many different leadership styles that are out there. They are not bad, and we'll still come up with new, but I think there's a need to kind of bring them together and start at looking things from a perspective of building, not just using one, depending on the context where you are. And the better context you are, the better for you. Try to build what I call organization capabilities, and three areas come very, very clear. Number one, the digital infrastructure. The organizers of this conference has done extremely well. The technology is working, despite mine that is not doing as well as I wanted in terms of my PowerPoint presentation, but that's just something small. But we need to be literate when it comes to digital infrastructure. We need to provide those kind of environment where that works. Talent development. The president talked this morning, how we nurture students to become something, but we want to nurture you to become something else. With a global economy that we are in, I do understand that we are talking of global, but we are also becoming a little bit localized. We need to start thinking of how to develop talent that will help us sustain to the next world. And finally, innovation systems. Let's try to find ways in which we can allow our people to innovate and to take risks and all those kind of things. Those are critically very, very important stuff. So what do I see out there? This is my future outlook. This is the way I look at what we are looking at, the challenges that we are there. We are going to be in a very accelerated digitalization kind of environment. So be prepared, okay? If you can't work with it, you have no business of being around. We have to be there. So this is what I see as coming. This is also what I call stakeholder capitalism in this case. Essentially what I'm thinking about here is think big. The more you think big of how important you're gonna affect or impact the people you lead, the better for you. So this is something that you need to think about. I've talked of sustainability focus. Think of long-term, not short-term. I know years back, we were thinking of 10-year strategic plan. And today it is 2 years, things are changing, okay? So that is something that we need to be thinking about and we need to be addressing. As leaders, be prepared. Global talent mobility. Indians are going almost everywhere. In my department at FIU, in my own department, I have 3 or so. I call them the Indian mafia, okay? Right? So be prepared. So in conclusion, what are some of the things that I want you to take away from what I've just presented? These are food for thoughts, okay? So just think about them. Number one, leadership must evolve with global challenges. If you're not willing to take the challenges, you have no business being a leader. So please, that is one. Integration of multiple leadership approaches is crucial, whether it is authentic, servant, ethical. Those are just behaviors and they work in different places. Again, success requires balance of local and global perspective. Don't just to stick on your ideas. Please allow others. The good news with academics is that we allow diverse opinions. So please be prepared to do that. Third, second, last but not least, is continuous adaptation and learning is essential. If you can't learn, you have no place of being here again. So please, those are some of the things. And last but not least is sustainability and ethics are non-negotiable. More so as we go into some of these areas and more so if you want to succeed. And if you do that, things will be just perfectly okay. And thank you.
Thanks, Fred. Now the floor, the questions from the audiences, please feel free to ask.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sujay Sinha from University of East London. My question is to Professor Marbo. You talked about, shift from liberalism to realism. And so is there a shift or kind of continuity? Because if you look at the economies from 50s to current levels, the so-called realist economies have been able to break the middle income trap. All the liberal economies have been trapped there. But if you look at China, South Korea, Japan, Poland, Czech Republic, to some extent Dubai, UAE, all of them who were at the time of liberalism, a very realistic, techno-nationalistic kind of policy, they have been able to break the middle income trap. What do you say on this one?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that they followed techno-nationalistic policies. Yes, they were, Taiwan, Korea, and so on, they were dictatorships.
Yeah.
Okay. But even under dictatorships, they followed liberal policies. They followed export promotion policies. Right? It's not like they followed realist policies to get there. Earlier, there was two parts to your question. One is it continuation of the same? I think it works more like a pendulum. If you go back to the end of the 19th century, it was a very globalized. Okay, but that was under Britain. Right. And then after a while, there were all these problems that arose to do with income inequality and many other things, and the Great Depression came and so on and so forth. And then we moved to a different, we shifted away from that. And then for 50 years, we've gone again with that. And again, in the last 15 years, some of the problems and issues come up. It's also, no one wants to have a big gorilla sitting on top of it, right? Everyone wants to carve space for themselves. Then it was a bipolar world under the Soviets. Well, that fell through in 1990, right? After that, it's gone maybe too much in one direction, and now the next power comes along, and now it's, you can say, recalibrating. But the fact is that things are stable as long as there's one boss. When there are two bosses, then things are not so stable. And we are moving again from that way to this way, and you can see as we speak what's happening. We're turning more inward, we're talking about tariffs, we're talking, we can see all that happening. I think it's a normal thing. You go too far one end, there's a correction, you go too far the other end, there's a correction, and so on. It's a process that
More like a continuum.
Well, I'd say more pendulum than continuum.
Can I ask a question? Let's see, I don't think this is working.
Yes.
Thank you. This is a question to Anup Madot, but it's also partially a rhetorical question. The first observation is, instead of associating the so-called liberal ideas with America as a hegemon, how about the concept that ideas of free market competition, intellectual property ownership are intrinsically efficient, regardless of whatever is the political power in the world. And the second observation I have is that putting 400 million or more people at work in India is a crying need. Not only is it a crying need, but it's a feasible thing with China in demographic decline, with their wages now above or on average $8 an hour compared to India's less than $2 an hour. So India is a logical successor in terms of the, let's say, screwdriver assembly operations. And screwdriver assembly operations for foreign markets doesn't sound glamorous. It's not glamorous. People stand or sit for 10 hours a day doing nothing but assembling, putting nut and bolt together. But it's the first rung on a ladder that has taken countries from Hong Kong, Taiwan, South Korea, Singapore, up to rich status.
I'm not disagreeing, okay? I would qualify that argument. I think, the way these other countries became wealthier by screwdriver stuff worked fine only in the last 40, 50 years. I don't think today, if it ends up being less global, I don't know whether that's the way to go. When you talk China +1, the screwdriver is going to Vietnam, it's not coming to India. Or it's coming to India, but not as much as India would like. I think there's another issue. If you compare China with the Soviets, China is authoritarian capitalism. Okay, let's just use labels. US is, if it's liberal capitalism, China is authoritarian capitalism. Soviet Union wasn't really capitalism, but China is providing to many parts of the world an alternative model which delivers results. At the end of the day, many of these countries are interested in results. So as it offers an alternative model, China's model becomes attractive to many countries that would like to remain autocracies, right? But yet have the fruits of prosperity that come through business. India is going to have to find its own way, partly because India comes of age when the rules-based order, the current order, is crumbling under China's challenge. But the point you're making that India's got I'm fully in agreement that India's got all these that many million people underemployed, etc., etc. But India's going to find its own way, and it may not be by screwdriver assembly. I don't have an answer to that.
In Vietnam, multinational companies are already finding a tight labor market because their population is only 95 million or so, and wages have been rising. So India is a logical next step, besides being a crying need.
India's biggest advantage is its demographics, and yet at the same time, India has become one of the highest levels of income inequalities in the world, more than South Africa, more than Brazil, more than here, more than there. So, India has to be a little careful where it's going. They're islands of prosperity in a sea of poverty. That's where India is at the moment.
And you can see that there are riots and stampedes at government job affairs or opportunities. And government jobs are awful and lousy, and everybody knows that, and yet there are stampedes and riots at those venues.
Of course, we can go on, but the fact is, well, I shouldn't say the fact is, my opinion is that India's education policies, and maybe I'm digressing a little bit, need to be questioned. We hear about the millions of engineers in India, and we hear about the millions or the thousands of firms who say they can't find engineers or qualified engineers. You've got engineers earning 10,000 rupees a month. So you have an engineering degree, but you don't have quality engineers, right? India has to sort out a lot of things on its way to prosperity. China did its own way, India did its own way. Anyway.
Okay, so other questions, please, from the audience. Yeah. So, better can we ask this question?
I have only a simple question to Satish. Sir, you talked about the challenges. One of the major challenges, social, as a person who is also using this AI and all those stuff. The security part and the privacy part. What do you foresee this to mitigate the positive effects of that?
Yeah. So that's a very important question and an issue, I would say, because the security and privacy, not just the security and privacy, but also the harms that can come from misuse of data and other things. I think for now, so the first impulse is to have hard regulations, which we do in EU. But we also see that that has two side effects. One is that it could potentially stop or at least impede innovation. The other part is that technology is changing rapidly, so the hard regulations may not be able to catch up with it and may soon become imperfect for that particular. So I think going forward, we probably need a more portfolio of governance, which incorporates both soft and hard. And this is something which I'm actually working with one of my causes in UNC Chapel Hill, that can we think about softening and hardening of regulations, where in the portfolio, because technologies have uncertainty, so maybe you can calibrate the governance with the uncertainty of the technology. So if you take AI, some AI technologies are more uncertain than others in terms of the harms they can cause. So as the uncertainty comes down, we can opt for harder regulations. And if there is a more uncertainty, then we need to have softer regulations. So rather than having static portfolio, what we are looking for is a dynamic governance portfolio, which is sort of calibrated with the extent of uncertainty or novelty about the technology. So, whether it is generative AI or AI technologies, over a period of time, we know there are three things about each of these technologies. One is agency, who is creating the harm, what is the process, what is the mechanism of harm, and the outcome, what is actually the harm, to whom. So agency, mechanism, and outcome. Uncertainty can be related to each of these aspects. We may know what is the outcome, or we may not know who is making that harm. So the agency may still be unknown. So I think understanding the nature of uncertainty of these technologies will help us to, at least this is my point of view, that can help us develop a much more dynamic governance, which we don't have at this point in time. Which now, the US also is always like, some harm comes and then gets written about in the media, and suddenly all the politicians are forced to come up with some legislation, which even they don't understand the repercussions. So,
Good afternoon, everyone present here. My name is Anisha, and I'm research scholar at IIFT KOLKATA. So, so many great insights from the session that is being conducted here. I have just one query. Since we are witnessing the continuous evolution of technology, geopolitical situation, organizations, and everything is driven by humans, because humans are the core resource who are driving the results at the end of the day. So, the continuous evolution and the new things that are arriving in the market, somehow that is going to create an impact, some sort of pressure on the human capital as well. So, and given there are different generational cohorts, some of them are going to, cope up with this change, some may not be able to. So, how at the end of the day, we can assure that how human capital still works, fruitfully, so that even though these changes are happening, these evolutions are happening, even though things are changing around us, we are still able to find peace and positive results at the end of the day.
To whom is your question directed? Oh, okay, everybody.
Media, okay. I think because I was looking at the slide where I was talking about innovation and adaptation. I think at the end of the day, it's true that the challenges are there, but if we can be willing to adapt and innovate and accept that those are the realities of life, at least from a leadership perspective, I think that's the only way to go. And I did hear that mentioned even during the morning session that we have to accept that we are in a different political, economic, and social order. So accepting those differences and taking it from there, I think, in my view, would be the way to go.
I think the questioner was thinking about the future, the role of human thought versus machine thought. And I have a related question for Professor Mendelsohn. To what extent does human progress depend on genius rather than collective action? And machine learning, even if it's learning something, is essentially gathering data and looking at it more comprehensively and trying to build on that, which of course is very useful. But to what extent does human ingenuity trump collective data gathering and reasoning? And so what does the future look like in that context?
These are my conjectures. Let me first qualify that. I think, so I totally agree with you that, machines have particular applications where they are very efficient in finding optimal solutions than humans because they can process data faster because of the computing power. They are also useful in connecting dots across disciplines, which better than humans, because we cannot house that much knowledge within individuals. But the spark of ingenuity, I think that's probably one place where, is in my opinion, that machines may always be behind. Having said that, I think it is, going back to that question, it's probably, we are searching for solutions where humans and machines can jointly work together and come up with superior solutions. We haven't figured out what is that combination and in which context it would be more appropriate. So I think there is a whole lot of research opportunities related to figuring out how human learning and machine-based learning can jointly work in different contexts.
So for example, I have found that AI-aided search of scholarly papers is better than Google Scholar. But if you ask AI currently, at the current level of development, to write a paper, it'll write an academic paper, but it's so basic that any semi-intelligent academic will write a better paper than what is generated by AI. So yes, the search is improved, but I don't think at the current level it can write intelligent, incisive, path-breaking, or genius paper.
So I totally agree, and I tell my students, PhD students also, not to use AI for just doing the literature review, because I think at some point in time, even for literature review, our way of understanding this, I mean, there's one level can be done, and then you have to come in. So obviously, I'm sure there are champions of AI who would say that the technology is advancing rapidly, and in 2 years or 3 years time frame, we would have AGI or at least very close to that. So, but that's something which
Okay, so we'll have one more question from the audience. Yeah.
One final question on behalf of all the audience.
Sure.
Probably directed to Professor Satish and all the other. I'm just wondering, what is your take on the risk of mama on our life? That is Microsoft, Amazon, Metaverse.
Risk of what?
Masters.
These last four
Oh,
questions
okay,
are-
okay, got it. Yeah, got it.
Because day and day would be.
Well, yeah. So we already have, are have been facing that risk for, in my opinion, quite some time. I think, if, in a platform-based world, that is unavoidable. But, so that's a place where regulations could, play a good role. Now, having, the key part is coming with the right set of regulations for consumers and for the broader society. And I think that is something which we are still searching for, at least in the US. We don't know what is that regulations to make sure that the monopolistic or the power of the platform-based companies can be managed to at least mitigate the harms that they can cause. So if you just take social media, for example, there's a whole lot of legislation coming up. I personally don't think that would work. From all the way from banning social media to age verification, all kinds of stuff. But so there has to be, this is the place where I think governance has to be much more stakeholder driven, broader, not just government based. It has to be the societal at different levels. And I think that would be much more powerful and more influential on those companies than any law or regulation. So that's my.
So as a moderator, I should not be making any comments, but this is something which is quite near to my heart, and therefore I'm too tempted to make a comment on this. So again, this runs the risk of oversimplification, but please spare a minute to what I'm saying. In my opinion, again, it's my opinion, and so it's a very highly opinionated statement. About 600 years back, the instrument called dictionary caused the same set of disruptions to a set of people, very powerful people, which is like the scribes. So they used to decide everything on behalf of the king, because in most cases the kings were, well, not educated enough. Same way, AI as we know it today, so it's causing a lot of disruptions to a set of people who are enjoying power, whatever the meaning or the definition of the scope of power is. It also democratizes, like dictionary, it also democratizes the set of knowledges, it democratizes standardized knowledges, and therefore it makes that knowledge available to a large number of people so that they can go to the next level. If you see the way AI is operating, what it does, it's collecting all sorts of information, converting that into knowledge and making it available to most of the people. And therefore, as Professor Contractor just said, if you ask ChatGPT or even the more advanced versions to write a paragraph or even an article, they may write, end of the day, it's only suboptimal. You pick and choose a dictionary, even a thesaurus, try pick and choosing words, come up with a sentence, multiple sentences, one paragraph, one article. Yes, but that's not what your genius is going to showcase itself just by picking and choosing those words. AI is an extremely big enabler because it aggregates all sorts of knowledges, makes it available to us. Our genius is in terms of giving us those additional fillets from what is already available. So to us, in my opinion, it's absolutely an essential thing. And now that we are moving more into the digital world, instead of carrying a dictionary, maybe the electronic devices where the AI is already implemented or it's installed, that's going to help us a whole lot of things. So that's my take, and please pardon me if I have said sacrilegious words, but that's what it is. That being the case, let me profusely thank all the four panelists for the wisdom which they brought to the table, maybe on the dais, and to all of you who have been so patiently listening to all of us, and especially bearing my bad demeanor. And with this few words, I believe it's 1 o'clock and it's lunchtime. So please join everybody for the lunch. Thank you very much.
As we conclude this fascinating session, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all our great speakers. I would like to thank our moderator, Professor Shubhabrata Basu, for comparing dictionary with AI and explaining the importance of AI in a different light. Thank you, sir. I would also like to extend our warm gratitude to all the attendees for invaluable contributions. Today's discussion on grand challenges and the challenging landscape has been both educational and enriching, providing us with profound insights into navigating complexities and driving transformative solutions in an ever-evolving global context. As we end this session, let us use the ideas and conversations from today to inspire our collective efforts towards innovation, resilience, and meaningful change in addressing these pressing challenges. Before we conclude, I would like to felicitate our distinguished speakers with a token of appreciation. First, I would like to invite Professor Farooq Contractor. Next, I will kindly request Professor Satish Nambishan to accept this token of appreciation. Now, I will like to invite Professor Anup Modok to come forward. Finally, I request Professor Walumba to accept our heartfelt gratitude. I have a very small announcement. I'm pleased to inform that as you all have seen, that we have some stalls set up in our basketball ground by different book publishers and MSMEs. I will request you all to visit the stalls and encourage them. And as we know, this is the time for lunch, so enjoy your lunch break. Thank you, everyone.
Please, our moderator, Professor K. Rangarajan, Center Head, IIFT Kolkata Campus, Professor Rakesh Mohan Joshi, Vice Chancellor, the Indian Institute
Recording
of
in
Foreign
progress.
Trade, Professor Arvind Sahai, Director, Management Development Institute, Gurgaon, Professor Srirang Altekar, Director, Symbiosis Institute of Business Management, Pune, and Professor Shuchishmita Mishra, Associate Dean for Faculty Affairs, Florida International University. On behalf of the INDAM Committee and the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, Kolkata, I would like to welcome all of you to the Directors Panel discussion on sustainability in business curriculum. We have an excellent lineup of distinguished speakers for this session, and without further delay, I would like to introduce them to you. Our first speaker of the session will be Professor Rakesh Mohan Joshi, the Vice Chancellor of the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. Professor Joshi was the director of the Indian Institute of Plantation Management, Bangalore, and has been a professor at the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, New Delhi, since 2000. A distinguished academic, eminent author, and renowned international trade and management expert, Professor Joshi has consistently excelled academically, receiving prestigious scholarships and the IIFT Gold Medal. He holds advanced education and training from Harvard Business School, IIFT, and other leading institutions. He has authored highly acclaimed books and has served as the editor of IIFT's Foreign Trade Review. His research and case studies have received international recognition, earning awards from the London Business School and publication by the European Case Clearing House. A recipient of the Atal Bihari Vajpayee Award for Lifetime Contribution to Economic Research and Policy, Professor Joshi has led pivotal research projects for governments and organizations like the World Bank, ADB, and UNCTAD. He has conducted programs for corporate executives, government officials, and diplomats globally and chaired key committees, including the UGC Committee for Foreign Educational Institutes, Regulation, and the BIS Committee. With extensive transnational exposure across countries such as the US, UK, China, Russia, and Africa, Professor Joshi is highly regarded for his scholarly work, interactive teaching, and thought-provoking contributions to academia and industry. It is our pleasure to have you among us, sir. I would request Nilanjana to welcome sir with a bouquet. Our next speaker for this session will be Professor Arvind Sahai. Professor Sahai is the director of MDI Gurgaon and an accomplished academician with a distinguished career in marketing and international business. He holds PhD from the University of Texas at Austin and was awarded the university-wide Outstanding Dissertation Award. He has previously served as faculty at the IIM Ahmedabad and London's Business School. His teaching and research focus on marketing strategy, pricing, neuroscience in marketing, consumer behavior, and international business. A prolific researcher, Professor Sahai has authored over 30 peer-reviewed articles, 65 cases, and 2 books. His work has been featured in leading journals such as the Journal of Business Research and the European Journal of Marketing. He has consulted and led corporate training for over 50 organizations across sectors such as pharmaceuticals, FMCG, automotive, and financial services, both in India and abroad. Professor Sahai has received numerous accolades, including the Devang Mehta Best Teacher Award in Marketing, the Philip Morris Best Case Award, and many more. Sir, we are honored to have you among us today. I would request Nilanjana to welcome sir with the bouquet. Our next speaker will be Professor Srirang Altekar. Professor Altekar holds a PhD in the domain of consumer behavior and is an alumnus of the prestigious Symbiosis Institute of Business Management, Pune, where he earned his MBA with a specialization in marketing. With a robust industry background spanning 23 years, he has worked in consulting, advisory, and learning and development capacities across sectors such as FMCG, insurance, manufacturing, aviation, and others. His extensive business experience includes strategic level leadership in both technical and non-technical domains. In 2006, Professor Altekar transitioned to academia, driven by a passion for teaching and a desire to contribute to his alma mater. He holds a degree in law and has served as the chairman of the Curriculum Evaluation Committee and the Academic Audit Committee of Symbiosis International. Currently, he is the editor-in-chief of the Journal of General Management Research. Professor Altekar leads Symbiosis Institute of Business Management, Nagpur, and additionally serves as the officiating director of Symbiosis Center for Management Studies, Nagpur. He is also in charge of the Symbiosis Center for Corporate Education and Symbiosis Center for Skills Development in Nagpur. His leadership combines academic excellence with industry relevance, fostering a dynamic learning environment. Sir, we are honored to have you among us today. I would request Nilanjana to present a bouquet to sir. Our next speaker for the session will be Professor Shuchishrita Mishra. Dr. Mishra is a professor at the Florida International University, specializing in finance with research interests in asset pricing models, market microstructure, and corporate governance. Holding a PhD in finance from the University of Nebraska, a master's in applied and analytical economics, and a bachelor's degree in economics from Utkal University, Bhubaneswar. Professor Mishra's contribution to academics has been published in various renowned journals, including the Journal of Financial Economics and others. A recipient of multiple awards such as the Ryder Systems Research Fellowship, she has chaired several doctor dissertations and served on numerous academic committees. Dr. Mishra is proficient in programming languages like PAR, Stata, and Python, with expertise in corporate and international finance. We are honored to have you among us, ma'am. I would request Nilanjana to present a bouquet to ma'am. Of this afternoon session. Dr. Rangarajan is a distinguished academician and a management professional with over 25 years of experience in teaching, consulting, research, and academic administration, including roles in industry and international academia. With a doctorate in management, he holds a master's in commerce with university rank and advanced training from institutions such as Virginia Polytechnic Institute, the State University USA, the World Bank Institute, and others. He is an accredited management teacher and a member of professional bodies like AINDAM. Professor Rangarajan specializes in strategic management, organizational restructuring, and cluster development. He has led high-profile projects for organizations like UNIDO and the Commonwealth Secretariat and authored 2 books and several papers. He serves on various boards and committees and continues to contribute significantly to academia, industry, and policy development. Sir, we are honored to have you here. I would request Nilanjana to present a bouquet to sir. I would now request Professor K. Rangarajan to moderate the session, begin the session.
Good afternoon to all of you. And see, we have got a distinguished panel today. Post lunch, I hope all of you would have enjoyed your lunch. And I hope this panel keeps you awake. Because with this such a tasty lunch which has been provided, everyone may be interested for a small nap, which is the most, I would say, a tradition, right? Having an afternoon nap. But of course, the panel and the topic, what we are going to discuss, is interesting, and I know that we'll be getting questions also, because most of you may be who are in academics, may be experiencing this back in your institution. See, in this conference on research, if you look at the past 30 years or 40 years, you might have seen there are certain trends which are happening. There was a lot of research in marketing related subjects on consumer behavior, etc. at one point of time. Then it moved to finance, financial performance, and there are every one out of 3 papers may be looking into finance, financial performance, and reporting and whatnot. Similarly, you find that there are a lot of trends in research and looking into the mergers and acquisitions, and then strategy came, and there were a lot of theoretical constructs which came on strategy. So currently, in the past, I would say 5 to 8 years, sustainability has become one of the most, I would say, coveted topic for research. Every aspect of, like even business functions are now, we are looking into its sustainability, marketing sustainability, finance sustainability, operations sustainability, everything sustainability alone. And then came the SDG, and then ESG. So now if you look around, almost all the consulting companies are making a huge money out of ESG consulting. There are a lot of reporting standards which have come up. So especially in B schools, after AI and analytics as part of their curriculum, sustainability has taken forefront. So we have got head of the institutions here who may be facing this kind of a problem, and people who are managing the academic curriculum and the programs in their institutions. So the topic is sustainability in business curriculum. To what extent it is sustainable? Is it a kind of a fad which is happening, which may be staying for a couple of years, and then once after that it will be moving out? Or it is going to stay here? So what kind of challenges are associated with introducing sustainability in the curriculum? And for sustainability, if you are integrating into a curriculum, whether it should be a full-fledged program or it should be a couple of papers on which we need to do it, and what kind of a pedagogy we should adapt. Whether it should be a classroom or it should be a field, how it should be inculcated into the program. But also the challenges, what they face when it is being inculcated into the, integrated into the program from the student's point of view, the classroom point of view, as to how it is being taken. Because most of the recruiters also, the corporates which are getting into the B schools, are now looking for some sustainability flavor in the curriculum. To what extent the students are exposed to this, so they are looking at and they are taking it as one of the important points, and they try to recruit students from the campuses. So that is what it is going to be discussed as to what kind of a thing and what should be the way forward when it comes to the integrating sustainability into the academic curriculum in the B schools. So we have got all the heads of the institutions who are already maybe facing this as an issue, maybe already trying to manage their programs with sustainability and integrating this into a curriculum. So in this panel we have got 4 people. There's only one lady. I am starting with her, Sujishmita Mishra. All right, because I should give first preference to her. So what we will do is first we will hear all the panel members, and then we will be getting into some of the questions and also questions from the audience. Right? And that is how we'll be engaging so that post lunch you're awake. So I'm expecting good questions from audience also. Thank you. So, Madam, now it is your 5 minutes on your take on this topic.
Hello. Good. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll try to keep you awake. And I did have to start as a lady because in US, diversity equity is going away. Was not sustainable to begin with, right? With that is the political uncertainty that we all talk about. But thank you for inviting me to this panel. It has been an excellent experience to see such great conference put together very well, extremely well organized. Thanks to my colleague, Dr. Sumit Kundu, and several more, Fred and Bill. I'm amazed, happily surprised. So I would start with my experience as an academic, as a finance professor, and then recently I've taken on the admin role. But when I started teaching, corporate finance is something that I taught all the time. And the very first chapter, as you all know, all of you must have seen, maximizing shareholders' wealth was always the paradigm that we taught, right? But what happened? We still had the greatest financial crisis, 2008 to 11 in the US and the rest of the world as well. So that tells you, even though we teach, we do not quite practice what we preach, right? So that is where the sustainability idea comes through, in the sense, unless we really start thinking long-term and kind of imbibe the idea into ourselves, only a few years ago, they started taking up sustainability. Whereas we've been teaching it for ages, hundreds of years actually, okay? But again, we are consciously trying to practice what we preach, okay? And we really hope that it is here to stay, because at least from finance perspective, we always talk about long-term value creation, right? But again, as an admin and as as an academic as well, I see that there are fluctuations. There are many things, like political uncertainty is one of the main factors. Besides, challenges such as economic crisis, but I think it is, again, my hope is it is here to stay. The other challenge I would say is the budgetary challenges, such as investing, putting money where the mouth is. Okay? As institutions, we all face it. We talk about, yes, sustainability is a great idea. We start, doing research, establishing institutes, but the funding, again, a state school like Florida International, we depend on the state funding a lot. Okay? And I'm sure the same other side of the coin, which is that the private universities, they also have their poisons to pick. So budgetary challenge is a big challenge, I see. Second is the cultural mindset. Do people buy it really inside, spiritually? Do they buy into the idea? And to change that, we really, academics are actually, somebody said in the inauguration session, I believe Dr. Joshi said that. We are here, and also I remember Albert, right? Our distinguished guest, he also mentioned that academics do a lot, they do more with less. That's the spirit I get. So we are trying, and that means we all have to be dedicated and believe in the cause and do more for less. So that's another thing I see as a hope, that once we have bought into the idea, we can sell the idea, we can keep saying, connecting to real world things, we can keep painting the picture, a bleak picture. If we don't do sustainability, what's going to happen? So, it's kind of a negative reinforcement. So changing the culture would be the next challenge. So with that said, I hope
Yes.
I made some point.
Good start for that. Okay, thank you, Madam Mishra. Now, over to Professor Arvind Sahai. And I know definitely in MDI, being one of in the forefront on bringing in a lot of changes into their curriculum and making it more contemporary, maybe having more ideas as to how it is being managed. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Anuran. So let me actually start off by asking a couple of questions. How many of the faculty here have done or are doing work in sustainability? And out of all of these hands which are raised, is sustainability one part of the portfolio or is it the main bread and butter and jam? So no hands up this time. So that should tell us something. Let me also ask the PhD students. How many PhD students over here? How many are doing a thesis which is primarily about sustainability? 1 out of perhaps 10. Okay, so a quick dipstick. And I don't know how representative that is of the broader theme of curriculum and research in sustainability. But I don't think it is a fad, despite what I'm seeing over here. I don't necessarily think it's a fad. The evidence is now fairly overwhelming that if we do not do business in a sustainable fashion, then our grandchildren won't have a place to live. Despite what some people in your country might think, especially the incoming administration, perhaps, if you will permit me to say that. So I will take some liberties here as an academic and probably say some things which might be a little bit off the cuff. So let me start off by saying why we are here. I believe that for around 30-40 years, a lot of us bought into this idea of the business of business is business. And I think it was ascribed to Milton Friedman at Chicago. And a direct offshoot of that is shareholder value. But that's a very flawed notion of business. A business exists in a context, in a society, in a country, unless it is serving the interests of all the stakeholders, it is going to have a problem. Society is going to have a problem. The nation is going to have a problem. The world is going to have a problem. And we are seeing some manifestations of that. And so stakeholder value probably is a better thing to aim at. And to those of the guys who are doing work in sustainability, especially the PhD scholars, my suggestion to you is to explore ways in which you can construct parsimonious models of what might be a measurable, sustainable value creation approach. One of the reasons why shareholder value got such traction is that it is measurable. We don't yet have a model that allows us to measure stakeholder value that I can put under rules and regulations which the accountants and the finance people amongst us will accept as standards for measurement of performance. Because unless we have that, we will always be struggling to make strong headway in a very structured fashion, which is always possible if you have a framework, a model in place. While I think, Milton Friedman and the Chicago School have kind of done a lot of damage, but the fact remains that they were able to put together a very good, parsimonious, well thought out model, which excluded some critical things, but it was a model that worked after a fashion. It also has to work, otherwise it won't be accepted. It worked after a fashion. Unfortunately, the things that it left out are leading to the issues that we face today. So, which brings me to the point about the curriculum and the research. I started off with the research because that's a little bit of a bent of mind that I have. But ultimately, all research is useless unless it feeds into the curriculum. And so we need to be figuring out first how to create the necessary content for the curriculum. And then how does it fit into the curriculum going forward into the future? So at MDI, one of the things that we are trying to do is to have sustainability as one in a tripod of things. The first one is technology and its different manifestations, AI, ML, IoT, blockchain, data visualization, all of those things that we use to manipulate information, which ultimately is what we are doing when we manage businesses. And the other part is we manage people, so behavioral competencies, that's the second leg. And the third leg is sustainability, because whether we like it or not, it's going to become more important. How does that translate into curriculum design? To me, there are two potential approaches. One is where you have courses which are dedicated to sustainability. Sustainable this, sustainable that. And the other approach is where every course that you teach has an element of sustainability. Sustainable operations, sustainable marketing, sustainable finance, and so on. I don't know which one is the right approach. And I suspect that we'll figure it out as we go along. What I see at the moment is most schools are with the second one, which is while one may have one or two courses on sustainability, but the bulk of the material that gets covered on sustainability is as part of the disciplinary courses. There might be a few sessions here out of 20 sessions, maybe 3 or 4 sessions, which talk about sustainability and look at sustainability. Is that enough? The answer to that question would depend on whether there are also dedicated programs on sustainability. Is there a bachelor's in sustainability or a master's in sustainability? Is there a demand for people with a bachelor's or master's in sustainability from corporates? And the honest answer to that, I think today is no. I don't see many corporates having a specific requirement where the intake is going to be for people with bachelor's or master's in sustainability. And so there is that issue, the chicken and egg problem, which almost always takes place in these instances. In India, I believe there are now programs which are starting on sustainability. So clearly, a few schools, and these are mainly private schools, have identified that there is a market, and let us now push in that direction to see how it can go. At least 2 of these schools are based in the NCR region. Will that become mainstream? Again, I don't have an answer to that, but clearly there are some people who are willing to pay fees to have a degree in sustainability because their sense is that there will be a job at the end of the program. Will it work in other jurisdictions? Probably yes. In Europe, for example, I've guessed, I don't have information on this, but Europe is probably, Western Europe especially, is the most sensitive to environmental and sustainability concerns. And I'm guessing that there are more programs like that over there. In America, probably on a relative scale, on a proportionate scale, probably less. One thing that one could do perhaps is to have a core course in the core curriculum, which is built around sustainability, one core course which is about applications of technology in business, and maybe a course which is about individual behavioral competencies. The last one that I just mentioned, which is I've been at a few conferences in the last 4 or 5 months, where one has run into some CEOs and CHROs. Also spoke at a couple of CXO conferences, and a common theme that comes across from all of these guys when you ask them what is it that they are looking for in terms of competencies amongst people that they are hiring. So the 3 things that I talked about, knowledge of technology, behavioral competencies, and some applications in the area of sustainability are things that they are looking for. And so clearly, if at least they are talking about it, and some of them are reacting on it, there is a way forward, and it's up to us to kind of collectively figure out how we want to include sustainability in our curriculum. So I will pause there with that motion, and I'm sure we'll have a more lengthy conversation later.
Thank you, Arvindji, for that initial input on both the academics as well as the corporates. Now, I'd like to take it to yes, sir, Mr. Joshi on his take on sustainability.
Many thanks, Professor Rangarajan. I think you brought such a nice topic today that, I am passionate about it. I am passionate about it that Professor Sahai gave a great point to me is that Frederick, Milton's Friedman. Milton Friedman. In my opinion, he is the person responsible for unsustainable business in India, because he said that businesses should focus only and only creating shareholders' wealth. In the name of creating shareholders' wealth, a country like China, we did not have any technology. That all technology was transferred to China, and now 1/3 of the world's manufacturing, which has shifted to China, America virtually manufactures hardly any textiles, toys, all small. You go to Times Square, you find none of the product, 90% of the product not made in America. Now, आपने एक जिन बना दिया, अब उसको कहते तुम बोतल में चले जाओ. It will not go. Sustainability comes only from competence. And when you say that sustainability, the Europeans are going to teach us sustainability, sorry, I beg to differ with you, and I'll be happy that, most people will love to hate me. In Indian culture, sustainability is ingrained. Dashvapi samo kupah, dash kupa sama hridha, dash hridha samo putrah, dash putra sama druma. Drum is tree. 10 small, wells is equal to 1 vapi. उसको हम बावड़ी कहते हैं. 10 वापी समय हृदय, 10 वापी is equals to 1 talab, and 10 talabs, the ponds, equal to 1 putra, the son. But more than 10 putra, what is equal is 1 tree. And India, if you go to most part of India, especially southern part, you find the trees which are 500 to 1,000 years old. In big cities like Coimbatore, Bangalore, Trichy, multiple places. Now, Europeans want to either very different. I am sure that you have a different view on that, but no problem. No two intellectuals differ, and I am sure you are an intellectual. Europe has passed, one legislation is EU deforestation. We have done a lot of research on that to prove that. They say that we are deforesting the forest. In case you need to understand sustainability, kindly go and watch a Tamil movie, which is Bala's Pardesi. It will tell you who made, plantation, this forest unsustainable. If you want to understand, the biggest market of ivory was in London, not in India. And I'm sure that most of you, I do not know you know or not, it was only till 1962 when whole of Europe they had the human Jews. जैसे जानवरों का Jew होता है ना? The Belgium Jew was closed in 62. London, Paris, New York. And they were advertising. And the history of agriculture, why America became the largest agriculture produce, even today, they enjoy 18% share in the world market it is the story of slavery, the labor was free of cost. आप अखबार में देखिए, there were advertisements that slaves are available. I don't want to talk about multiple things. वो तो advertisement ये भी आते थे अखबार के अंदर आज से 100 साल पहले कि studs are available for human breeding. You are telling us about sustainability. And then India, very recently, 2-3 years back, I'm sure you know, in Australia, 10,000 camels were killed. वो कहता sustainable नहीं है. क्यों? So then the whole of the Europe and America said that India can never ever become self-sustaining in milk and agriculture. In 1966, when Shastri ji was the Prime Minister, उन्होंने कहा हिंदुस्तान की the hunger in India can only be cured if Indians start eating less. Today America says Indians have started eating more, so world prices are going up. India has become the largest exporter of grain on the earth. We have 40% market share in rice. In terms of milk, India produces 2.5 times milk than America produces. 230 million metric ton of the milk. So India has come a long way. And when you talk of sustainability, not only environment, we have to sustain the people of India. And I was so impressed by the presentation by Professor Contractor, where he talked about the employment and all that. Dairy, despite of 1 and 2 animals in dairy, it provided employment to almost 100 million people. Nowhere else on the earth. We provide 70% of the price which the consumer pays to the farmer. Nowhere on the earth. America, New Zealand, Australia, they provide only 20 to 30%. Do you think we are not sustainable? And you will be happy to know that Amul milk brand is launched across America now in the name of Amul. I am sure those living in New York, New Jersey, and other parts must in America are having that milk. Having said so, deforestation. Now you talk of deforestation. Products which are not grown in Europe, you want to put the tax just to make the product competitive. It is, I'm sure I was very happy when you said that we manipulate data. It is how you manipulate the laws to make our product competitive in the European market. I'm happy that you are not a European. But only thing is, please understand, sustainability will come with the competitiveness. And kindly understand that India, the kind of the non-tariff barrier, subsidies, hidden subsidies, both in America and Europe, which giving that makes their agriculture competitive. But anyway, we'll work on that. But again, to end, we are that CBM, this is carbon border adjustment mechanism. In case whenever it comes into the force, it would cost Indian products 25 to 30% tariffs because you want to save the world. Anyway, take up all that, but we are so this was one part which I think we always fight in all multilateral forums. But again, under the given circumstances, we are also working on making our production environment sustainable. I see sustainability in a different fashion. We need to make our, as the, faculty colleague in IIFT, we need to make IIFT sustainable. We want a vibrant IIFT. And we want IIFT or an institute which competes with the best in the world. My sustainability will come with motivation of my faculty better than my competitor. Motivation of my students better than my competitors. Their better placement, better faculty, incentives and their facilities. So that is sustainability for us. But for the market sustainability, motivated faculty, motivated student can do anything that I think you do. We are also, if we are organizing a number of programs. We work on sustainability, the legal sustainability. We have got a Center for International Trade and Law, which has conducted a very detailed, exercise, on sustainability, on all these, regulations which are coming, and we are monitoring the sustainability on a regular basis. We have got a team of about 180 researchers, which is engaged only in research and training, on various trade issues. Sustainability is an important one. So with that, we integrate in our post curriculum. When we come to ECG program, we conduct ESG program. We conduct for corporates. We have very strong mechanism for MDP with our 4 centers. Kolkata is probably the most vibrant. Then we have got Kakinada and Gift City, and we are also launching we already launched in that Dubai also. But again, to make them sustainable, we need to have a comprehensive strategy, and that's all. Thank you so much.
So, some of the questions, but let us hear Professor. Yes.
Thank you so much, Professor Joshi. Actually, I have 2 complaints to make. Number one is that you spoke most of what I wanted to speak. So I don't know what I'm going to speak now. That's number one. But very well spoken, sir. I completely resonate with what you have said. And second, if I may call it complaint, is that inadvertently my past caught up with me. That what was read out here was in my earlier avatar, if I may say so. So yes, I was heading all those 4 institutes, but in Nagpur. All right, I shifted to Pune about a year and 3 months back. So it's been 15 months since I'm heading the SIB in Pune now. I'm headquartered at Pune. Right, so yeah, but in a sense it's good because I'm glad they brought up Nagpur because I would like to speak something about that as to what we have done to make that campus a little more sustainable. So I will come to that. What I would like to put forward here is the fact that Symbiosis is a self-funded university. Right? So we don't get any funds, we don't get any grants, we don't get any aid. So whatever we need to do, we have to do ourselves. In that sense, we have to become financially sustainable. For us, there is absolutely no choice. Now, yes, we are there in the top 15 as far as NIRF is concerned. We're doing pretty well as far as all of the rankings are concerned. But for us to be sustainable, number one, financially, let me talk about that first. I need to ensure that my admissions are very good. Without that, because 95% of my fees today, my income today is still coming from academic fees. Now, when will my admissions be full? Very simple question. As it is with most B schools today, that will only happen if my placements are very good. Right? We are lucky. We are lucky that even last year when quite a few good B schools, they hit a little rough patch. We were able to place our students in December. This year we have signed out on the 7th of December itself. So our placements have been very good. But one thing that faced us, faced me when I took over last year and I had to face placements for the first time here in Pune, was a question that most recruiters were asking us as to how is it that you have integrated ESG within your syllabus? Have you done it? And this was a question that was coming from almost all the top recruiters who came to campus. And when we got thinking about it, fortunately we had done something about it, I thought about it. But when we really got thinking about it as to what is actually happening, now you have the BISR. Yeah, so the business risk and sustainability risk compliance, which has been initiated by SEBI, and all the top 1,000 companies in India by market cap have to submit a report to SEBI. Now, this report has to integrate parts of the Environmental Protection Act, the Air Pollution and Control Act, the Water Pollution Control Act, and so on and so forth. Right? Now, if my recruiters are asking this question, and if I'm not able to satisfy them, there is every chance that they are going to turn away. And if they turn away, my placements are going to suffer, which leads to a complete vicious cycle. Right? What we did was integrated in a manner where it would not actually overpower the business syllabus, because at the end of the day, our core is business, it will continue to be business. Right? So that is what we have done, and we did it in a very unobtrusive manner. And I wanted to share just a couple of things about Symbiosis. I would prefer not to speak too much right now, but would prefer to answer questions later on. I'll just give you 2 examples. Number one, when I said Nagpur, for example, I was the one who established that campus. It's our second biggest campus, spread over 75 acres of land. And what we did, sir, there, what we got from the government the land was allotted to us by the government of Maharashtra, was a dump yard. It was a dump yard, and a dump yard to the extent that when we started excavating that land, we actually found pieces of bones, human bones, animal bones. It was that dry, barren. If you see Nagpur as it is, temperatures reach 49, 50 degrees with zero humidity. It's so bad that you can actually feel the moisture leaving your skin. Right? What we did was to dissolve, to convert it into something different. You go to the website today, you can check out the photographs. We planted 88,000 trees. Yeah, I was there for 4.5 years till I moved back to Pune, but we planted 88,000 trees, and we had made provisions to plant another 12,000, which was subsequently done after I moved to Pune. So today we've planted more than 100,000 trees. If you actually look at the temperature, sir, within the campus and just outside the campus, you will find there's a temperature difference of 2 degrees. That is purely because of what we have planted over there. The trees are very good. Another 5 years, I think you'll see a completely different scenario on that campus. That's part A. Part B, what we thought was that since Nagpur is in the center of India and sunlight is plentiful, we have put up solar systems across every single building on it. So instead of having terraces and things to enjoy, places to enjoy, we have put up solar systems across all the academic buildings, all the hostels, the mess, wherever we found space, we put up solar systems. So we are generating some kind of electricity, which is going a little way in mitigating the electricity that we are using from the state electricity board. So that is the second thing that we are doing. But I'll put Nagpur aside for a minute. And the same story was repeated. Actually, that happened earlier when we moved to our university headquarters in Lovely in Pune, a spot that is about 16 kilometers away from the city, on top of a hill. When we moved there in 2008, the entire area was completely barren. Now, today, if you look at it, it looks like a hill station. And the reason for that was our chancellor, the wife of our chancellor, she's also a botanist. Our chancellor is also a botanist. What they did was they insisted that every student who comes on that campus, of course, we did a lot of plantation ourselves. There's a lot of, we built a bandara, a sort of small dam. We built 2 small dams, which have the capacity to store more than 6 million gallons of water, not liters, right? But what we did from day one over there was start planting trees, right? And it was made mandatory for every student. Now, if you, on the hilltop, for example, we have only master's programs. Now, in these master's programs, in the 2 years, the student on the day one was given a tree to plant and asked to sustain that tree over the next 2 years, right? So this is what we have been doing since 2008. Today, if you look at it, the picture is completely different, right? We volunteered to go in for the 2000 watt smart project. Happy to tell you that 3 years back, we got the certificate and trophy from the government of Switzerland. They came for 1 year, they were assessing us as to the practices that we were following as far as sustainability is concerned. And yes, we qualified for it. Why am I saying this? Because when the students see this, it comes into their life in a most unobtrusive way that, yes, this is also a way of life that can be adopted, right? That connect with nature, that, bringing in those norms, environment is definitely very much part of what we all do. And as a B school, there are 3 things that we would always want to look at. Number one is always going to be profits, right? You cannot survive without profits. We've done well so far. We are self-sustaining financially. Second is people, which is where we have put in an enormous amount of effort. And the third, obviously, the planet, which is where we have tried to do our best. So this is how we have tried to bring it unobtrusively in the lives of students. And I think I would like to stop here. And I would be happy to take more questions or talk on other things later. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Now, before I take some questions, just a few this thing with some of the panelists. Professor Sahai has rightly said, when it comes to the curriculum and all, we need to take a call, whether it should be a course or it should be a full-fledged program, where it should be focused, etc. Sir, your views, if at all we have to introduce, be it a course or a separate program, etc. Like what Professor Atlego was saying, they are practicing some of the things which they want that it should be inculcated into the students, not from the regulator's point of view. So, what do you think, sir, in the curriculum, whether it should be from the business point of view, we need to integrate something in the curricular aspect, or it should be more as a movement, the society's point of view, like I need to do something. Like the most of the B schools nowadays, they have social awareness programs which they conduct. They put them into interns. So do you think such kind of a thinking should be there, or it should be more made more as a structured kind of a program or a course?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very tough question, first of all, let me say. You're asking a very tough question in the afternoon session after lunch, when it is not that easy to think. Let me start by saying that I think almost everyone here is a kind of a business school. When IIFT is a kind of a business school, right?
We are a business. We are.
Well, foreign trade is kind of a business school. I mean, I think of the IIMs, MBIs, etc., as more pure blood, if you say, if you would call it that. If I can always be a little more controversial, right? For a business school, therefore, our key goal is to educate students to become better business professionals. And to the extent that sustainability is built, whichever way you want, into the curriculum, we should and must do that from a market perspective. That is the demand. The other one that Professor Artikar was talking about in terms of almost building values and a way of thinking in our students. To me, that's a given. We must be doing that. If we are not doing that, we are failing in our duty as a citizen of this country, as a habitant of this planet. So how, I mean, I don't know whether that answers your question or not. For us as a standalone institution at MBI Gurgaon, one of the things that the NEP, for example, says is that we have to proceed towards the university status. IIFT is already deemed to be university. We want to proceed in that direction. So for us, that is one of the questions that we will need to answer as we go forward. We have a school of business, we have a public policy school, we have a school of banking and finance, and we will put in maybe around 3-4 more schools as we go forward into the application process. And if you ask me personally, not as the director of an institution, as my individual opinion, I would say that given our operating model, how we are funded and where we are going, my sense is that doing something which is purely a sustainability school may not be something that is viable for us in the near term, could be in the longer term. I could be wrong, I don't know, I'm just kind of thinking aloud here. But that doesn't take away from the need to integrate sustainability into existing curricula, doesn't take us away from the need for doing exactly what you said, which is to inculcate in our students that thinking. And when you said 2 degrees, actually I was hoping to hear 3 or 4 because
it will happen.
It happens actually on the in the IIM campus in Ahmedabad, for example, where I spent almost 20 years. We actually measured this difference, and outside to inside 3 to 4 was not unusual, especially during the second half of May when Ahmedabad also goes to like 48 reasonably frequently. So that's a huge difference. And the last point that I think I would want to make over here is connected to what you said, a way of thinking. I finished a project recently, so my area of work is neuroscience and behavior, what's happening in the head and how that relates to behavior. So we did a project for a large utility company. This large utility company had an issue with attrition. Young people, especially, the company invests a lot in training them and building up some skills, and then in 1, 2 or 3 years they're off. So all that training is somebody else is enjoying the benefit of that. So how do we retain more of these guys? So after some preliminary conversations, they said we are going to build these employee engagement pillars. Oneness. We are a diverse group, but we are one. Sustainability, growth opportunities, and there was a fourth one that I forget. So they came up with these employee engagement pillars, built these nice programs, and then they said, okay, we can do all of these, but with limited resources, I want to figure out which ones I should prioritize. And so when they again did a quick dipstick, the answer that came was you should have employee engagement pillars built around sustainability. So then some of the leaders, managers were on campus, and we got to having a conversation with them. And I said, we have this lab here. If you want, we can also see, what's happening inside their heads when they view these different employee engagement pillars. And when we did that, it turned out that what their brains wanted was not sustainability, it was growth. Right? So I think we probably need to do more, and these are all young people, 0 to 5 years of experience. We probably need to do more explicitly on sustainability. I go back to the point that was made by Professor Joshi that in India we've had a culture of sustainability. Completely agree. If you look at some of our older architecture, they remain cool in summers at 45 because of the way that they were constructed. We have blindly copied far too much from the West in many different areas. And so we need to rediscover some of those more sustainable practices and build that into the curriculum. But I'm not sure business curriculum is the right place for it. I think the best place for building that would be undergraduate curriculum because more business curricula are master's degrees. Of course, BBAs are now beginning. But even undergraduate curricula, and here, I see no harm in learning from best practice outside. The American undergraduate program has that flexibility where you are allowed to have different things before you declare a major. And maybe, and by the way, the NEP in our country has adopted some of that and is now trying to make that happen over here also. So maybe in many of the undergraduate curricula, we can stipulate that there must be these 2 or 3, not just classroom type of sustainability sessions, but something that builds action into that. Because in the field that I work in, the actions that people take between the age of, let's say, around 13 and 21, 22, when the brain is still developing, those get very deeply embedded in our behaviors for the rest of our lives. Right? And so my submission would be that probably the undergraduate curricula is the best place to have a much deeper integration of sustainability into the curricula. That the master's curriculum will be a little more tailored to the requirement of the particular discipline or field in which people are graduating, whether it is business or engineering or architecture or whatever. Sorry, I could say.
Professor Sahai, just like to come in here, but environmental science is mandated by the UGC as a co-credit course for undergraduate students.
So, Sushmita, I'm carrying it forward before you take me this thing because you talked about the budgetary constraints and the mindset and the FIU kind of an experience on this. So you know that now the ESG reporting, and he is talking about the VSR reporting in India. These are the reportings are becoming more and more important, right? Yes. So that is where the corporates are looking at people, the students are aware of how this is financially is being done and what kind of metrics is, etc. So do you think that mandatorily involves my understanding on sustainability, then only I may be able to talk about the reports and I may be able to compute and then interpret those reports, etc. What is your take on that? Do you think that it should be more on I do agree with Professor Arvind. He said that the sustainability as a thinking should be at the undergraduate level. But do you think that the next level should be at the post-graduation in terms of the ESG reporting or VRSR reporting, etc.? What is your take on that? What do you think we should do?
Number one, actually, I started the panel first, so many things I want to clarify one thing. When I teach shareholders or any of us teach shareholders wealth maximization, we actually talk about sustainable value. sustainable maximization of wealth, because typically I start with an example of mine, which is in the context of Florida. Suppose a utility firm, like a one which generates electricity and supplies, they decide to cut costs and they decide to stop cutting trees. Okay, we are known for hurricanes, right? They are called the what is it called? In India, cyclones, right? So if one of those happens in the state of Florida, a lot of trees will come down. So eventually, if you cut costs and increase the stock price artificially, one day you will have to come to terms. So that's the style of teaching that I have adopted. So what I am trying to make the point here is it has to be ingrained, not just undergraduate, graduate, wherever we teach. We need to always show the consequence. If you do not do sustainable strategy, eventually it will come to bite you. So it is all about long-term and sustainable value creation. Even every principle we teach, it cannot be a short-termist thing. So I believe all the approaches we are talking about has to be data-driven, has to be thought from the soul, has to be thought from deep within. I totally agree with Dr. Joshi about Gita. In fact, I met an individual just recently, very wealthy person, who uses the Gita principles to actually teach strategy. Deepak Joshi, same as your last name. So it has to be data-driven, strategic approach. We have to think from the head as well as the soul. And undergraduate education actually is very important, because recently in FIU, we have a big emphasis on experiential learning. So we introduce that, we do a lot. We are trying to bring in sustainability at the undergraduate level. At the master level, a lot of people in our world, they come from already they're working in different jobs, and they believe that it is one of the requirements about disclosure or strategy. So automatically they're motivated. The other thing about the US system, which I can speak of, we live in more of an interdisciplinary world. So our universities are many colleges, law school, engineering school, college of business, we all coexist. Okay. For example, our university is one of the largest in the top 5 in the United States. We are the number 46 ranked public school now within the top 50. I have to make a little bit points about FIU, I'm sorry, but we have come a long way, very sustainably in the state of Florida. And we are ranked number 4 public university by Wall Street Journal recently. So I believe data-driven, strategic, well thought out approach is what is necessary, and hence changing the culture and mindset at the undergrad as well as continuity in doing so at the grad level is the need of the hour. I hope that answers some of your questions.
Thank you. Sir, question to you. Because you talked about sustainability in the Indian context. Are we trying to, is it dangerous for us to take some of the sustainability concepts driven by West? Instead, do you think that we need to concentrate more on some of our own practices and processes what we had and try to bring it into the curriculum? What kind of thinking you have there? Because I believe in IIFT, early up till 2005, we have a course on the Indian values, etc., which has been taught as part of our MBA program. All right. Do you think that we need to look at?
Thank you. Who knows sustainability better than you, who have made the entire environment sustainable? And who knows better than you that we had a plantation problem in this. So that's one. So like IFT or business school need to stop approach. Number one, what Professor Sai has talked about, being a professor of marketing, let me not mince the word, which I never mince, that the student take admission in a B school just to get a better placement. And therefore, in between he forgets, or he or she. And therefore, we also need to focus on the skills which are required by the employer. And this is how when we do the course review, we integrate those. So some sustainability practices like ESG, sustainability, green marketing, I think, we are also doing research on green marketing. So, and I think there are multiple concepts that better, and we've also called it green washing, wherein how to make customer fool. So I think we are doing research on the green washing as a marketing professor. So what happens is these concepts, to the extent that it is required by the corporate, we need to incorporate in our curriculum. There is no shortcut to that we are doing. The other thing is research. We are doing research on that. Research we are doing two types. One research we are doing, something which is presented on behalf of India to the multilateral forum, where we talk them as a non-tariff barrier. Another research that we are doing is, the sustainable business and how to make businesses sustainable, and compliance is an important part under the regulatory framework, in which we have a focus on research, training, and curriculum integration. Dr. Rangarajan is very much aware of that. We also have got some CSR activities, programs where we send these students in the slums. I think it's going on, and a lot of issues on sustainability. But I think with the increased focus, we are not very sure, because DR was earlier to be implemented in October, then in December. Again, they are given 2-3 months, but ultimately we have to be ready to market them. So that compliance part, I think we are actively integrating in our curriculum, research as well as our training program. So I think this we are doing. And lastly, I think what Professor Rangarajan has talked about the Indian value system. That's right. That when we made this new education policy, we have integrated the Indian value system, and it would be very easy to integrate, because people in the West, they read Bhagavad Gita, but I live Bhagavad Gita. So we have no problem in integrating that. And Professor Mishra, Dr. Shuchi Smita, she is the best person to implement it. Shuchi means pure, and Smith is smile, pure smile. So pure smile can come only if you are natural. If you manipulate, you will lose it. Thank you.
Yes, sir, Professor Prager, you talked about some of the practices, right? Some final words on the curricular aspects of it, whether it should be into the curriculum, or do you prefer that to be as a co-curricular, which is left to the programs? Because like in symbiosis, where you have a lot of programs and streams, faculty, schools. So how do you think it can work? It is more into a curriculum straitjacket, or it should be more implemented through a co-curricular aspects by which this can be across the different streams it can get into? Because I do look into a point by Professor Arvind Sahai, and he said that for businesses, yes, and how far the mindset, etc., we need to inculcate something, integrate in a way. So that your take on that. After that, we will take some questions from the audience. Yeah.
Thank you. From a purely vested interest point of view, I need to have some elements in my curriculum. Yeah, because at the end of the day, if it's going to affect my placements, I have no choice. Right. So yes, I completely agree with Professor Sarai. At the end of the day, the question for me, and this is not a very easy question to answer, the question for me is, what percentage of my curriculum should actually have this? Right? I cannot be a sustainability student. That cannot be my prime focus in my program. It has to be business. To what extent is something that I need to look at, right? But the objective for me here would be to try and make my students future-proof. Future-proof in the sense that whatever changes may come. Now, for example, with companies and SEBI also now mandating reports and the disclosures and so on and so forth, maybe there may come a time when, along with financial audits, environmental audits may also be made compulsory, right? So, for investors, what if investors start looking at this also? Now, if a business school is more often known by the work done by its alumni, right? Are my students tomorrow going to be able to cope up with this? Do they have at least a rudimentary knowledge of what can be expected by them? Can they at least look into the future as to what is likely to come? To that extent, I need to build it into the curriculum, but let me tell you, it's not easy. It is not going to be easy for certain reasons because there are certain challenges that I feel are going to come in. And I'm sure all my colleagues here will agree on this, Number one, what percentage should it be without compromising on the core business courses? That is number one. Number two is, where do I get the faculty to teach them? Today, I run 5 specializations in my flagship program, and they're the same, marketing, human resource, financial management, operations and supply chain, data analytics. I get faculty for them with difficulty, right? Like we say that faculty are available, but the good faculty are not available. And my problem as a private B school is people come to me, take my brand, stick with me for 3 to 4 years, and their objective is to go to an IIFT. Right? So, but the fact is that they are available. Where do I get the faculty to teach these courses? Now, that is going to be my second major challenge. The third is that every industry per se will have different standards as far as sustainability is concerned. Now, how do I cater to each and every sector and where do I get people to teach? That is going to be my third challenge. And my fourth one is, if we have indeed still taught them, how do you develop metrics to determine, whether it has been successful or not? Now, these are the challenges that I am going to face. Not me. I'm talking about everybody here probably in this room that we are going to face, right? But the fact remains, I cannot allow it to be a full-fledged program on sustainability. That's not possible for me. To a certain extent, at least at a rudimentary level, students should be aware of what lies in front of them and whether they are able to address those issues or not going forward. To that element, extent, I think it has to be built into it.
Great. Thank you for the views, whatever has been expressed so far by the panelists and audiences for any questions on the sustainability aspect. So we are starting with a couple of people, starting with Professor Sumit Kundu and then followed by Professor Farooq.
So first and foremost, thank you to the panelists for very insightful observations on sustainability. So I wanted to get some opinion about what is the role of the industry, when we forge this industry academia partnerships. What is the role they are playing in India in terms of helping sustainability as an important area to study and focus, so the students are coming out from the bachelor's and master's program, they understand the relevance and the importance of sustainability, number one. And observations also over the ACSB and IIFT and AMBA, in terms of they are also focused on sustainability. That is becoming an important metric. So clearly the landscape is changing significantly. And how are the business schools coping with that? Thank you. Can I answer the first part? Sure. Okay. In symbiosis, one of the practices that we have is that we have a mandatory program review committee, right, which assesses what we are doing every semester. So meetings are held twice a year. At the beginning of each semester, we take a review of what was done in the last semester and we take a look at what we are going to do in the next semester, right? Now, this PRC, as we call it, consists purely of industry representatives and our own alumni who are also working in industry. And I think this is where we get a lot of insights into what is going to happen and what are the areas that industry is going to be looking at. And this is where, over the last couple of years, we've seen a lot of suggestions that have come in and we have adapted our program structure accordingly. So industry is very much involved with us. So I just wanted to answer that question.
So just to echo that, we're also going through a program review. Some part of it already well underway on the executive programs, about to begin on the graduate programs, and similar set of structures, if you will, representatives from industry, including alumni. I'm not sure I caught the second part of your question on AACSB.
Really, the AACSB standards are changing. And they reflect upon the sustainable development, sustainable growth. So how the business curriculum addressing that issue? At the end of the day, you are serving not only the shareholder but stakeholders. Since you're part of the community, and this is basically the Germans too. For the Germans, they are looking at, how does it affect the community at large? Whether it's the local community, global community, on the sustainability aspects. So ACS, which standards are changing, they are taking the sustainability aspect very, very much seriously. And they are asking those tough questions when we are for the big tradition, what are you doing in the curriculum to address those questions?
So, from our perspective, I think of the two approaches that I talked about, it's more about including sessions in almost every course. So if you look at our courses, you'll find almost all of them have a certain component which are looking at sustainability. On the campus itself, we have a fairly large number, I don't remember exactly, 300 kilowatts, 500 something we have, and the new buildings which are coming up are all going to have almost by mandate a certain amount of solar power on the campus. We have a very large treatment plant and we recycle most of the water. I'm not sure whether we are net zero on water yet, but I think we are proceeding in that direction. So lots of initiatives, and we are trying to adopt an area outside our campus and in collaboration with the local administration to turn it into a nice park that we can maintain, and so that becomes an additional space available to the community around us and to our students. So a lot of such stuff that's going on.
Measurement of matrix
Yeah, we are actually measuring through a particular measurement software, I think called Greenly, as to what is the change, the delta that we are achieving over time. And in fact, some of those numbers we will be presenting in our present accreditation process that's going on for ECWAS. Our ACSB review is scheduled, I think, in 28 now, 27.
Just to add on to, because we have gone through the ACSB cycle, we have gone through both the standards. Before the revision, we submitted our report, and after the revision, we had the audit. See, they have got, now there are two lanes on which this is being done. That is what, in fact, I was keeping this discussion is also on that. What are your practices on sustainability and how you inculcate sustainability among the students through your programs? So both the things. For that, they have the matrices, like what Professor Arvind was talking about, greening the campus and how you recycle water or solar energy, etc. That is our practices. And also how well physically challenged people are being accommodated, social part of it, etc. At the same time, how well we are bringing in a mindset and thinking in terms of sustainability through our programs. So I think what Professor Arvind was saying, according to this thing, they have some modules in the curriculum for student part, and then they also have practices. Like what he has said, there are a lot of practices. IIFT also, we have a lot of such practices through which we are looking. But yes, you are right. Now, even the Indian ranking, almost all the ranking has brought sustainability as a separate lane, like what is happening in ACSB and all that. That's it. Yeah.
So I think there seems to be a consensus. Can you hear me?
Yes.
There seems to be a consensus that business schools' mandate is really to produce functionally capable managers that are profit oriented. But at the same time, there are important issues like sustainability or business ethics that can be in the curriculum. So even at the MBA level in Rutgers, we have a flexible program where some courses are 1 credit, 1/3 of the semester, 2 credits, and 3 credits. So sustainability could be at least a partial credit course, either on an elective basis or a mandated basis. But then also in the so-called functional departments, finance, marketing, supply chain, and so on, you can incentivize faculty, even if the faculty are not currently examining that issue, give them some kind of incentive to have at least 1 case or 1 chapter on sustainability. So that dual approach can work.
Professor Farooq, happy to tell you that we have a full 2 credit course of sustainability in our syllabus. And yes, we are trying to implement it in every other course. It's not possible for all, but we are making an effort for that. But we do have a 2 credit course which is already there.
So same here, when I said that, do you have a full course, I was talking about mostly on the core curriculum where you have a certain part of it on sustainability. There are courses on, elective courses on sustainability. About incentivizing faculty, I think with your long experience in American academia, you would probably be in a better position to know that, you can do all the incentives or tell faculty whatever you want. Ultimately, they do what they want, right?
Thank you. I think you're very right, because now it is a part of the regulatory framework, both for the industry and academia. You take any accreditation, made with UGC, AUDITORIUM, EMBA, sustainability is a component, and therefore we are doing the sustainability by force also. But what is that the sustainability drive of the school is sustainable only if it is done from within on a sustainable. Yes, thank you.
I have a query, sir. A very good evening to all of you. I am Ajay Kumar Yadav from Mahatma Gandhi Kashi Vidyapeeth, AKTU, Lucknow. Sir, my question is the very excellent discussion about the sustainability in business curriculum, sustainable. And I have presented many papers in conferences about the SDG goals, sustainable development growth, that is divided into many parts, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I want to ask that which part is the best of SDG goals, and in future, how many parts included about the SDG? This is Government of India policy about SDG goals, sir. My query is that.
The SDG goals,
Yes,
Sustainable Development Goals, each goal has.
How many parts? That is 1, 2, 3.
Please
4.
have a seat. Sure. Got your question. So you want to ask how many of them are to be addressed, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you are discussing the SDG, there are different levels also. Okay. What is at the macro level, country level, industry level, firm level, etc. Now, each of those goals, okay, they have certain kind of basic objectives to be achieved. So here, it is not a permutation combination of which are the goals on which I will work. Greening or renewable energy. There are so many such kind of things which are there. Here, sustainability development goals may be a kind of a benchmarking for a business school to weave their curriculum. But the curriculum cannot be driven by SDG. I hope you got it, right?
Thank you.
Just one bit of information. Everybody's talking about this sustainability program. I just wanted to add that I'm from Lucknow, and we've been running this program for almost a decade now. There's a program on sustainability management that runs from the knowledge, and that's doing well.
What is the duration?
It's 2 years, full PGP program.
Great.
Full PGP program on sustainability. It's been running for about a decade now and doing well.
Yeah. There are two questions, two last questions, because we will be on time landing. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Meenakshi. I'm from North Cap University, and my question is to all the panelists. I want to ask, actually, I want your view on some of the questions that I also came across while interacting with my students. So I also love sustainability. My PhD was also on sustainability, and it's very core to my heart. So I always tell my students that you are the future leaders. And it's your behavior that has to be responsible. And you have to become responsible leaders in your own industry, in your organizations, and so that you can carry forward the sustainability principles. One student asked me, ma'am, suppose I'm in a situation where some targets are given to me, because every leader has some target based, eventually in corporate especially. So he said that, ma'am, if I have a target, I have to achieve. I have to make a decision. If I go through a sustainable way, my target will not be achieved. I will not be able to get the appraisal that I was expecting for, the salary hike that I wasn't expected for. But in that scenario, what shall, as a responsible leader, what shall I do? I shall forego my target, or I shall go through, the sustainable principles, be a responsible leader, and make sustainable decisions with respect to all stakeholders. So there is a conflict whenever we talk about, yes, let's adopt sustainability on a day-to-day life, and especially the students, they are facing this scenario because it's highly competitive in the market.
Lighter vein, before serious views are expressed, if you follow Professor Arvind Sahai, go for the first option. If you follow Professor Joshi, go for the second option.
Now over to, yes.
Excellent question. We all face that in our day-to-day life. So absolutism does not seem to work, right? I think someone said in the morning sessions that either extremes never happen, should not, they are not sustainable. So faced with that kind of decision, you would think that data-driven, like what I was saying, ultimately it boils down to very practical approach. You have to think what you can achieve sustainability-wise while achieving your goal. So optimize both sides, and you have to. That's how the cultural shift will happen. It doesn't happen overnight. So it has to be little by little. If you take a hard, approach to doing one thing one-sided or one-sided approach, it will fail. So in my opinion, you have to, take a step, baby step at a time.
Yeah, one last question. Yes.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah.
Hello, yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Sanisha and I'm research scholar at IIFT Kolkata. So I have two concerns quickly I will get into that. So firstly, the concern regarding the sustainability in the curriculum, including sustainability teachings in the curriculum, coming from the context of India as a MBA pass out myself. I have seen this that when teachers are explaining sustainability, they talk more about CSR. So what happens? Students often get confused between difference between sustainability and CSR, and they often think that those things are the same. Two things are same. Secondly, there is also a concern regarding the integrative sense of sustainability. I mean, when you're talking about sustainability, it should not just be focused on the organizations, but it should also be focused on the entire ecosystem in which the organizations are embedded. So, I'm seeking your insights regarding the same. Thank you.
Yeah, for the first question I can answer, which he has already said, availability of faculty who can understand this CSR and the sustainability differences. There is a gap of resources. That is what he already expressed. Right. The second part, any of the panelists you can take up about the integrated approach. Yes, sir.
Can you elaborate a little bit on what you mean by that integrated approach?
So basically, I'm trying to say that when we talk about sustainability, mostly people are concerned with the sustainable organization, corporate sustainability, and the practices that they take, it's mostly sincere towards the longevity of the organizations. And somehow they fail to ensure the sustainability of the society or the environment in that process. There is sincerity in the approach.
I think we also talked a little bit about reporting, ESG reporting. Some of that mandatory reporting requires you to document what all you have done to create sustainable communities or societies. The conflation on the first part that you mentioned happens because a lot of these sustainable practices are created out of CSR budgets. For example, if an Ambuja Cement has adopted a village and is creating step wells to increase the ability of the people to conserve water, the expenditure for that comes out of the CSR budget. So that's where the overlap happens. But you are using the CSR budget to create sustainable communities. Here I want to pick up on one of the observations on the SDGs. So there are 17 of them, as you are aware. From a business school perspective, I think the SDGs which are perhaps the most relevant might be sustainable communities, especially if I have a manufacturing organization around me. If a cement plant or a mining company or a steel plant have some major sustainability issues in and around their location, responsible consumption and production. These days, we tend to consume much more than we need to. There used to be at some point 3 R's: reduce, reuse, and recycle. So reduction of consumption, I don't think many of us think seriously about. At one point in time, we would wear a shirt till it literally got frayed, and then when the collar got frayed, I would turn it over and get it stitched again so that I could wear it a little bit longer, and the sleeves. So this used to happen many years ago. Today, if a little bit happens to my shirt, I take it and I give it for somebody else to wear. So, even our own individual behavior is not sustainable in that sense. So, responsible consumption and production. And the third, I think, very important given current trends is good institutions. We need to create good institutions. One of the things which gives me great hope for the future, despite what is happening just now in the US, is the recent decision by the US, the 6-3 decision by the Supreme Court of the US, where somebody who is asking a court to defer the sentencing, that sentencing still goes ahead and happens because the Supreme Court of the country says that no, you can go ahead, despite the fact that the court is packed 6-3 in favor of one side over the other. So that's, I think, an example of a strong institution that is able to decide on the merits of the case rather than on my personal allegiance. And any nation, if it truly wants to become great, needs to have these institutions which decide things on the merit of a case rather than on allegiance to a cause. The only cause that matters is that of the nation. If you are looking at it from the prism of the nation, and the nation doesn't belong to one party or the other.
Okay, thank you, panelists, and we are coming to the close of this panel discussion. So, concluding the discussion on sustainability, the curriculum, the challenges, etc. Broadly, one thing is agreed. Yes, it has to be part of the curriculum. What degree, to what extent it will be there? Of course, it will be vary from school to school based on the kind of the fund constraints and other constraints, whatever is there. But every school has its own kind of options to integrate it either through curricular, co-curricular, or extracurricular in whatever way they want to. But however, it is going to stay here, and it's whether it is for the corporates for recruitment or for our own good because of the misgivings, whatever we have misdeeds, whatever we have earlier done, which is carrying on us in terms of climate change, lack of energy, availability of water, whatever it is. So it is going to be in the years to come. Probably more self-realization will also come more than the corporate realization, with which we are closing this panel discussion. Thanks. I hope all of you are kept awake post lunch. Now it is time for you to relax with a tea or coffee outside, which is waiting for us. Thank you.
I just want to pay one compliment. I'm so happy to see glass bottles here and not plastic bottles.
Yes, sustainable, sir.
Thank you, professors, for such an enriching and delightful session. Thank you, Professor Rangarajan, for effortlessly moderating this session. I personally enjoyed this session a lot. Okay, and now I would request my colleagues Nilanjana and Rajbhushan to give a small token of appreciation to all the honorable speakers. A big round of applause for Professor Shrutishmita Mishra. A big round of applause for Professor Arvind Sahai.
big round of applause for Professor Sriram Altekar. A big round of applause for Professor Rakesh Mohan Joshi. And a big round of applause for Professor K. Rangarajan. Thank you, professors.